Welcome, welcome. Hello, everyone. We are back. We are back with some gaming. What? Turn it on. There we go. Yeah. The setup is a little different now. I had to reinstall Windows and I pretty much forgot to properly back up my OBS settings, so I had to rebuild it, and I had to just rebuild my avatar as well. So my avatar looks a little different, so I decided might as well make some improvements on it. So yeah. And here we go. Yeah, here we go. We're gonna do Halo 2 Anniversary. So options, settings. Video on. Save that. Alright, we're gonna do Halo 2. Ew, thank you, thank you. Ew. Do a quick start on this. Gonna put on easy. Are you fucking kidding me? I tried installing it. Okay. Fuck me. Meow. Good girl. Yes, I am a good girl. I am a good girl. I also redid my Streamlabs and sound alerts. My Streamlabs alerts and sound alerts as well. Yeah. So yeah, it's still working. Those are still working for me. Yeah. Alright. Okay, so this is going first. Let me do that while. So yeah, it is a bit awkward. I was like, I bet I'll just download everything automatically. No, it does not. So yeah, we already did Halo. Halo Reach is already installed. Okay, come on. Halo Reach is automatically installed. Yeah, 343. Thank you. Thank you. Well, now while everything is still loading up.
My dick fell off!
Thank you. Streamlabs alerts. MS sound alert. Properties. I'm just adjusting the volume so it doesn't fucking wreck my ears. So I don't go deaf. Yeah. But yeah, my model is pretty much improved. Also, a slightly different ponytail, but yeah. Also, don't mind the new stream tags that's on there. Ooh, is he already? Oh, that looks fucking cool. Eh. What's the arms? Eh. Chest? Any better? Okay, what about the legs? It kind of is Power Ranger-y. You know what I'm saying? It like feels like a Power Ranger. Oh, that's cool. Campaign scale to CE. Alright, let's go! Let's go! Let's fucking go! What? Oh. Hold on. What's going on with my controller properties? And quickly. Okay, I never set that up. Got it. Alright. Alright, there we go. Got all set up now. No, might as well do something like this. Have my controller right there. What do you think? Controller? Should we control it here? So it looks like I'm actually playing the game? Alright. Ooh, let's fucking go. Thank you.
Tube shows green. Cycle complete.
Okay. We're going with the original.
Master Chief, things are a little hectic right now.
Oh, that's the anniversary. This is original.
Welcome back, sir. We'll have you battle ready stat.
Chief, please look around the room. I need to get a calibration reading for your battlesuit's diagnostics. Good. Thank you, sir.
I'm bringing your health monitors.
Alright, there we go.
Vital signs look normal. No freezer burn. Okay, sir. Go ahead and climb out of the cryotube.
Let's fucking go. Oh, I love Halo 2. This is one of the first games I played.
I gave you a double dose of the wake-up stim. Take a quick walk around the cryo bay and join me at the optical diagnostic station when you're ready.
I wonder, is this... I wonder if the actual, like, chat function is... Wait a minute. Where's chat? Oh, let me do a test myself. Alright, there we go. I wonder... Okay, Rod, can you try to type something? Because I want to make sure everything is working. I want to make sure everything's working. One there. God, I see where chat is supposed to be. Alright, alright. Alright, there we go. No. Please. To move this over here. Back over there. Alright. No. Thank you. No, thank you. Fuck it off.
Stand on the red square, please.
Red square? Alright.
I know the ordnance techs usually take care of your targeting sensors, but we're short of time, Chief. Just look at each of the flashing panels to target them. When you lock on, it'll change color. Okay, that looks good.
Sir, I'm getting some calibration errors. I'm going to invert your looking pitch, so you can see if you like it better that way. Try targeting the flashing lights again. Is that better, or should I switch it back? Okay, try looking up and down again, please. Do you want me to leave it like that, or switch it again? Okay, I'll leave the pitch normal, but if you want, you can change it yourself later.
Alright, there we go. There we go.
I'm ready for the energy shield test now.
Please follow me to the energy shield test station.
Fire teams, report to defensive positions Alpha through Sierra. Sensors show inbound covenant boarding craft.
Alright, alright. Where the fuck is my controller? Okay. I forgot to put it there. I legit forgot to put it there.
Okay, bring his energy shields online, please.
All right, shields read as fully charged.
Okay, sir. Bring them down to test the automatic recharge.
Alright, it works. It works. This thing's working.
We're showing green across the board.
Bridge to Cryo 2, this is Captain Key. Send the Master Chief to the bridge immediately.
Captain, we'll have to skip the weapons diagnostics and
On the double, crewman.
Aye, aye, sir. The skipper seems jumpy. We'd better get moving. We'll find you weapons later.
Okay, I'll leave the self-diagnostics running at least. Oh god! Trying to get through the door! Security! Intruders in IO2! Please!
Sam! Sam! Come on, we've got to get the hell out of...
Am I playing Halo? Oh, I'm playing Halo CE. Whoops. Let me quit. I thought I was playing Halo 2. I was like, this seems familiar. Quick start. Easy. Yeah, I was like, this seems familiar. Yeah, no. Okay, that's my bad. Alright. Good thing can actively change the graphics in the cutscene.
Are you sure?
There was only one ship.
One. Are you sure?
Yes. They called it the Pillar of Autumn.
Why was it not destroyed with the rest of their fleet?
It fled as we set fire to their planet. But I followed with all the ships in my command.
When you first saw Halo, were you blinded by its majesty?
Blinded?
Paralyzed? Dumbstruck?
No.
Yet the humans were able to evade your ships, land on the sacred ring, and desecrate it with their filthy footsteps.
Noble hierarchs. Surely you understand that once the parasite attacked...
There will be order in this council.
Ooh.
You were right to focus your attention on the Flood. But this demon, this Master Chief...
By the time I learned the demon's intent, there was nothing I could do.
Fix it chat real quick. Hopefully this works better. Hopefully. I'm still adjusting the settings as we stream. Ooh.
Craft of truth, this has gone on long enough. Make an example of this bungler. The council demands it.
You are one of our most treasured instruments. Long have you led your fleet with honor and distinction. But your inability to safeguard Halo was a colossal failure.
Nay, it was heresy.
I will continue my campaign against the humans.
No, you will not. Soon the great journey shall begin. But when it does, the weight of your heresy will stay your feet, and you shall be left behind.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay, there we go.
The plating was about to fail. There's viscosity throughout the gel layer. Optics, totally fried. And let's not even talk about the power supply. You know how expensive this gear is, son?
Tell that to the Covenant.
Ooh.
Well, I guess it was all obsolete anyway. Your new suit's a Mark 6.
Yeah, I like
just
the old
came
one
up
better.
from Songnam this morning. Try and take it easy until you get used to the upgrades. Okay, let's test your targeting first thing. Please look at the top light. Good. Now look at the bottom light. All right. Look at the top light again. That's it. Now the bottom one. Okay.
All right.
Everything checks out. Stand by. I'm gonna offline the inhibitors. Move around a little. Get a feel for it. When you're ready, come meet me by the zapper. Pay attention, because I'm only going over this once. This station will test your recharging energy shields. Your new armor shields are extremely resilient, very efficient. Bingo! As you can see,
Ooh,
they recharge
nice.
a lot faster. If your shields go down, find some cover, wait for the meter to read fully charged.
That, or he can hide behind me. You done with my boy here, Master Guns? I don't see any training.
Alright, so this UI may be a little difficult to see at first time. Alright, so I'm gonna switch UI to over here. Alright, and there we go. There we go. That should be good. Sorry to ever constantly pausing the game. I'm just making sure everything's good and dandy.
This armor's working fine, Johnson. You're free to go, son. Just remember, take things slow.
Don't worry, I'll hold his hand.
I love it. I love that line a lot.
So, Johnson, when you gonna tell me how you made it back home in one piece?
Sorry, Guns, it's classified.
My ass! Well, you can forget about those adjustments to your A2 scope.
Well, he's in a particularly fine mood. Maybe Lord Hood didn't give him an invitation. Earth. Haven't seen it in years.
Ooh.
When I shipped out for basic, the orbital defense grid was all theory and politics. Now look, the Cairo is just one of 300 geosync platforms. That Mac gun can put a round clean through a Covenant capital ship.
Nice.
Coordinated fire from the Athens and the Malta, nothing's getting past this battle cluster in one piece.
Oh, okay. I just forgot. I want to make sure stream is working through my phone. Also, yeah. There we go. All adjustments are good. Alright.
Ships have been arriving all morning.
Ooh.
Nobody's saying much, but I'll bet something big's about to happen.
Yep. Let's fucking go.
You told me there wouldn't be any cameras.
And you told me you were gonna wear something nice. Folks need heroes, Chief. Give them hope. So smile, would you? Well, we still got something to smile about.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Settings. Audio. Alright. Hopefully, all working. Heretic, heretic.
Drawn quite a crowd.
Sure. They will be disappointed.
Are you sure?
Ooh.
Gentlemen, we're lucky to have you back. Go ahead, Cortana.
Another whisper, sir, near Io. We have probes en route.
I apologize.
Let's
but we're going
go.
to have to make this quick.
You look nice.
Thank you.
Sergeant Major, the Colonial Cross is awarded for acts of singular daring and devotion. For a soldier of the United Earth Space Corps.
There can be no greater heresy. Let him be an example for all who would break our covenant.
Okay.
Commander Miranda Keyes, your father's actions were in keeping with the highest traditions of military service. His bravery in the face of impossible odds reflects great credit upon himself and the UNSC. The Navy has lost one of its best.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. He seems to like it.
Slip space ruptures directly off our battle cluster.
Show me.
15 Covenant capital ships holding position just outside the kill zone.
This is Fleet Admiral Harper. We are engaging the enemy.
Negative, Admiral. Form a defensive perimeter around the cluster. Commander, get to your ship. Link up with the fleet.
Yes, sir.
You have the map. Open up.
Gladly.
Let's go.
Something's not right. The fleet that destroyed Reach was 50 times this size.
Sir, additional contacts. Boarding craft and lots of them.
They're going to try to take our MAC guns offline. Give their capital ships a straight shot at Earth. Master Chief, defend this station.
Yes, sir. I need a weapon.
Right this way.
Let's fucking go.
Orders inbound.
Let's dual wheel. Hold on. I wanna... save and quit this. I want to do something real quick. Campaign. Did it to anniversary. Missions. Power station. Envy. Bandana, infinite grenades. Three skulls. 12 skull and player dies. There's rare common dialogue. It's more common. Ooh. Yeah, I no longer pinch. Freezer is size 2. Malfunction. All weapons fires. All player held fire scrap gun beams. Prohibit. Oh yeah. And acrophobia. Pinata punching. Mass decrease. Alright, there we go. Let's fucking go!
Alert! Boarders inbound.
Let's see here. What the fuck?
Alert! Boarders inbound.
Okay, that's fucking cool, but also dangerous.
How's it going, Malta? Stand by. They're latched. Check your targets, watch the crossfire. They're in standard formation. Little bastards up front, big ones in back. Good luck, Cairo.
Okay, you're ready? This can get fun. Sorry, everyone.
Feel the fire on that bulkhead. As soon as that door opens, let them have it.
I can let everyone have it.
Better than that. Here they come.
Okay.
Let them have it.
Okay.
Do it, Pete.
Okay. Okay, that was fun. That was fun, but we can't. Hunters, sure. Alright. Alright. Alright, come on, let's do this.
You told me there wouldn't be any kids.
Alert! Boarders inbound.
Okay. Dual wheel, motherfucker!
Master Chief!
How's it going, Malta? Stand by. They're latched. Check your targets, watch the crossfire. They're in standard formation. Little bastards up front, big ones in back. Good luck, 𝙂𝙗.
Feel the fire on that bulkhead.
Alright.
As soon as that door opens,
Let him have it. Home field advantage. Let's go.
All hands, report to battle station.
Shit.
This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill.
Alright. Okay, where's my...
Boarders and Habitat Alpha. I need a squad at Habitat Alpha ASAP.
My orders are to stay here.
Quick response teams to Security Station 3.
Alright, alright.
Right behind you, sir.
Feel free to start killing.
Alright.
Brace for impact.
Alright, let's do this. Shit.
Seal pressure doors.
Alright.
check it out. The Malta's already driven off its borders.
Malta, what is your status? Over.
I
That
don't
was
believe
easy.
it! They're retreating! We won!
This is bad. Real bad.
Oh shit.
Here's another one. Damn 4-foot nothing!
All hands, brace for impact.
New contact! Screw you, Grant!
All hands, brace for impact.
Ha! I can't see it! Ugh.
Okay, alright. That was close. Yes, sir.
Alert. Hostiles have reached the Port Max area.
Uh-oh. Hey, they're leaving the Athens.
Oh shit.
Cortana, assessment.
That explosion came from inside the Athens. Same as the Malta. The Covenant must have brought something with them. A bomb.
Then they sure as hell brought one here. Chief, find it.
Got it. Priority shift. Alright, we're gonna get that bomb. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Oh, down here. There's the glory and plasma.
Get the hell out of my armory, split! Oh!
Yeah.
Hang on, everyone.
Ooh.
Fire team,
Lol.
Generative 2.
Come on, Chief, this way!
I was almost on board when they...
Don't worry, man. We're on it.
Thanks, Chief. I owe you one.
Alright, alright. Lol.
All non-combat personnel to pressure zone.
Authorized personnel only.
Damon!
Sir, boarders have breached the fire control center. They have a bomb.
Can you defuse it?
Yes.
First echelon, you're with me. Blanket those cruisers. Take them out
Chief,
one by one.
get to the bomb.
Second
Double
echelon,
time.
keep those carriers
Cortana,
busy.
prioritize targets and
Registering
fire
all
at will.
hostile vessels inside the kill zone. 13 cruisers, 2 assault carriers. I'm going loud.
Alert. Border. Port drive out.
Alright, let's go. Shit. Okay, I no choice but to go down here.
Chief, get to the bomb. Double time. Cortana, prioritize targets and
Registering
fire
all
at will.
hostile vessels inside the kill zone. 13 cruisers, 2 assault carriers. I'm going loud.
Alert. Border. Port drive out.
Okay, alright. But now we're supposed to go.
All non-combat personnel report to evacuation. All hands report to evacuation station.
Alright, here we go. Holy shit. Alright, so... Okay, this is where we just go.
The carriers are breaking through, sir. They're heading straight for the Cairo.
Cortana, concentrate your fire on the first carrier. Admiral, do what you can against the second.
Everyone, form up. Follow my lead.
The first carrier completely ignored us, sir. Flew through the Malta's debris field and headed discarding the bomb. You may need to get creative.
Ooh, return to center. Let's fucking go. Oh, hell yeah. That is my song. Alright.
Inside your head, now.
How much time was left?
You don't want to know.
Cairo, this is an Emberclad. The carrier shield is down. I'm in position and ready for immediate
Only
assault.
seconds. It's just
Negative,
seconds from
Commander.
blowing
Not
up.
against a ship that size. Not on your own.
Sir, permission to leave the station.
For what purpose, Master Chief?
To give the Covenant back their bomb.
Permission granted.
Let's fucking go. Damn, that must be heavy as shit.
I know what you're thinking, and it's crazy.
So, stay here.
Unfortunately for us both, I like crazy.
Let's go. Oh, this is so cool. Let's fucking go.
Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.
Let's fucking go. Ooh. Fuck yeah. Return to sender. Oh, I love the music.
For a brick, he flew pretty good.
Chief, get inside. Gear up.
Let's
We're taking
fucking
this fight to
go.
the surface.
For a brick, he flew pretty good. Outskirts is my second favorite one.
The message just repeats. Regret, regret, regret.
There's a glitch where you can get back on the Pelican and be sent to like a void space. It's pretty cool, but you can't do anything about it.
Definitely regret the Corps just blew up our raggedy-ass fleet. Hoorah!
Regret is a name.
Hoorah!
The name of one of the Covenant's religious leaders, a prophet. On that carrier and he's calling for help.
Oh hell yeah! Someone created a real-life warthog with the base was a Chevy pickup truck.
It's your call, Sarge.
We're going
shit.
in. Get tactical, Marines!
Master Chief, get aboard that carrier. Secure the prophet of regret. is the only place on Earth the Covenant decided to land. That prophet is going to tell us why. 30 seconds out.
Stand by to...
Whoa.
Whoa.
You all right, Chief?
Shake it off, Marines! Clear the crash site. Go, go, go!
Quiet, mate, I hear something. Chase them down! Rub them out!
There's another one. Eyes on. Keep going.
Operate turret. What's this?
They didn't know we're here before. They do now.
Stand firm! I mean erect. God, you guys know what I mean.
Here they come. Ha-ha.
Thank you.
Enemy!
Thank you. Alright.
We kicked their asses!
We got jackals in the courtyard.
Stay still. Smells weird. And urine.
Ha! Ow! Didn't want your ass kicked. You should have stuck it out for a ball.
Knew you had it in you. Hey, here's some more souvenirs to take back home.
Today is my day.
Ooh. Should I?
Give it to me.
Better than those fellows over there. Buggers, heading over the
there's
rooftops.
another one.
Where the fuck is it?
Hell yeah! Ha!
Alright, there we go.
Hey, I'm wearing your mom's bra.
Hey, mind if I use that one?
Get one yourself.
I don't know, it doesn't look so good.
Alright. Alright, there we go.
Across the street, down low. Bingo! You think you're big time? You're gonna die big time.
Oh. Alright.
Eyes up! Phantom's back!
Alright, whew.
My girl's a little big for that courtyard, Sergeant. I see a good LZ on the other side of these buildings. Meet you there. Over.
Copy that. Someone get a satchel on the gate.
Hunters.
Stand back, Marine. Let the chief jump out. No.
Always deal with a grenade. Grenade is safest bet.
Second squad, this is Cortana. What is your status? Over.
Sergeant, I need you on that bird.
Ma'am?
My Pelicans are gonna start airlifting armor and reinforcements into the city. They'll need an escort that isn't afraid of a little hostile ground fire.
Oh.
Understood. I'll keep an eye on them. Chief, good luck.
Alright. See settings, controls, configure gamepad, look sensitivity, acceleration. Okay, this feels more fortunate to my style.
Make it. Crash site's on the other side of this hotel, Chief. Covenant are crawling all over it. Follow me.
The highest concentration of Covenant troops is directly below the carriers. I don't think
let's
they want
go.
you to get on board. That bridge is the most direct route to the city center.
Hell yeah. Come on, come on. Alright, let's do this.
a wave of pods. They're inbound on your position.
This tunnel links up to the bridge. It's full of rats, if you know what I mean. But it beats swimming.
Not as easy as you thought, huh, amigo? You lead my ass!
Alright, we're gonna have to use this. I need to drive the ghost up here.
I've been analyzing the Covenant tactical chatter. They're surprised, confused. I don't think they expected us to be here. Not you and me. All of us. Humanity on Earth. Odd, I know, but it does help explain why they came here with such a small fleet.
Alright, let's fucking go. Alright, whew. That was close. Fuck you! Fuck you! Ooh. Even board it. Well, I want to use it. Alright.
The Covenant must be trying to regroup. Don't let them.
Alright. Let's do this. Hi, hi Mew. How are you? Welcome. We're playing some Halo 2 for Halo the Master Chief Collection. I'm just trying to go through all the Halo games here. Honestly, I'm not going to go through it legitimately because I would take too long. It's like, but you just fuck around. How you been? What's your favorite Halo game? Okay, so my favorite Halo game will actually be Halo 2 because that's the first Halo game I played, and then I played through Combat Evolved, and then I played with my older sibling through Halo 3 and Halo 3 ODST. Halo Reach was also based when I played it when I was younger. So I'm looking forward to doing that. I kind of like playing Halo in order of release instead of like what's listed on there. So it's it's Halo CE. I already played through that. Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo 3 ODST, Halo Reach, and Halo 4. So yeah. Alright, let me make sure my model is recentered. Hey, welcome. Oh shit. Just can't operate at all. I can't even ride it? That sucks. Alright. Yeah, Halo 2 is my favorite game. Halo game. Oh, welcome. We have lots of rewards. I use download, so you can use that. You can spam that as well. But don't spam too much, or else like I get actually charge biggies for it. I do it free because I don't really want anyone spending too much money on me. Sure, I have a subscription, but like that's pretty much most I can have right now. Bastard. Let's go. Ooh. I gotta say, Halo is still the old Halo games like this one is still as fun. Like over 20 years. It's over 20 years now, it's still just as fun. I can't get past this shit. Yes, I have acrophobia on, because fuck you. That's fine. Metropolis. Oh, we're going to this sniper.
It blew right through us. 50 cal rockets didn't do a thing.
If I can help it. Let's fucking go.
Where's the rest of your platoon?
Wasted, Sarge.
And we will be too, sir, if we don't get the hell out of here.
You hit Marine?
No, sir.
Then listen up. You
Let's
had
go.
your chance to be afraid before you joined my beloved corps. But to guide you back to the true path, I brought this motivational device. Our big green style cannot be defeated.
What about that scarab?
We've all run the simulations. They're tough, but they ain't invincible. Stay with the Master Chief. He'll know what to do.
Yes, sir, Sergeant.
Thanks for the tank. He never gets me anything.
Oh, I know what the ladies like.
Yes.
I'm in, let's go.
Oh, you have a rocket launcher. I kind of need that.
My ow. Hey, I only packed one clean pick.
You treat your mother like that?
Hey, I said I need a rocket. Sure, now we have one last, but we need the rocket. Nice. Kill. Oh yeah, that's so satisfying. Let's fucking go.
I think I'm gonna...
Well, he just fucking yeeted. There we go. Fuck yeah!
It's getting hot in here.
Oh yeah, and the music. Hell yeah.
That's quite a welcome party.
This is a welcome party.
Trying to start something? Enemy ghost! Ugh. Next time, I'm gonna shoot your ass.
Alright.
Another contact! That's one more for me.
That was overkill, but I love it. Hey, hey Space, how are you? Welcome, welcome. I'm playing Halo 2 right now. I had to. Fuck you. How are you, Space? How are you? Also, I see you.
Form a perimeter.
Let's fucking do this. Oh, I wonder if... Oh, for the meantime. Yeah. I like the old ones better. Alright. Come here, bastards. Alright, we can do this. This town ain't big enough for the both of us.
Hit him hard.
Use you on the gun, Chief. You can run, but you can't hide.
Let's fucking go.
Spotted another one.
fucking stupid idea, but it does nothing.
Leadership is a funny thing. And right now, I am not laughing. That's what I call a team effort.
Fuck you. Let's go. They went over the border. Also, you are no longer needed. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sadistic like that. Very oddly EP. Wait, Space, how long did you eat last night? How long did you sleep? Okay, is that all? Is that all? Wait, what's going with my chat? What the fuck is the chat here? Or whatever. Or I don't understand. I don't understand that, but Alright, there we go. Had 7. Okay, so you had very okay, that's good. What was the quality? Did you like roll the entire night where you're waking up multiple times, or like quality or sleep also affects you regardless of how long you sleep? Oh yes, the music. Settings, audio.
More the merrier, sir.
He just, oh my god, he just teleported.
Keep moving!
Alright, let's go.
There are a number of Marines trapped in that building, Chief. Concentrate on the Wraiths. They're the biggest threat.
Shit.
CP's this way. The lieutenant got hit as soon as we dropped in.
Who's in charge now, Corporal?
Sergeant Banks, ma'am. He's up top. Come on, I'll show you.
Alright. That was fun. But yeah, you should take a nap. Just know it was amazing. Yeah, I knew that must be amazing. Eep. But yeah, make sure you get properly rested. All right, Space. All right.
I asked for reinforcements. I didn't think they'd send a Spartan. We got trouble.
See this look? It's terror!
I give you permission to hit. I don't think it's stopped them. Stick their heads down.
Thought we could.
Sir, Corporal Perez, A Company. CP's this way. The lieutenant got hit as soon as we dropped in.
Who's in charge now, Corporal?
Sergeant Banks, ma'am.
When I asked for reinforcements, I didn't think they'd send a Spartan. We got trouble.
See this look? It's terror!
Come on, let's see what we can do. Okay, so audio may be a little too loud. Turn down. Alright, there we go.
I don't think it's stopped them. Stick their heads down. Piss me off! Marine, time to kill off the scarab.
Okay. I think this is a mistake. Did it just spawn? Did it just spawn in? There we go. We kind of cheesed it. Might take it. Right.
That's right, you mothers! Run!
Not if we can help.
Run, motherfuckers, run!
Extract the chief and return to an amberclad.
Roger that. Status.
Sir, the Prophet is bugging out. Request permission to engage.
Negative, Commander. I'll vector 2 heavies for Starside intercept.
Oh.
Bam! Slip space rupture off the target's bow. It's going to jump inside the city.
There's no time, sir.
Let's fucking go.
Green light to engage.
Let's fucking go.
Punch it. Get us close.
Ma'am, without a destination solution,
we are not losing that ship.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Shit. Campaign, the Arbiter, let's fucking go. Oh, we get to play as the Arbiter.
How much further must we heft this baggage? Any cell will do? Why not toss it in with this lot? They could use the meat. Hell, what about us? My belly aches. His flesh is seared just the way I like it. Quiet! Two whimper-like grunts fresh off the teat. He's not meant for James. The hierarchs have something special in mind.
Ooh. They're just loading. Ooh. I wonder what it is. It's not like I played the game as a child.
Noble prophets of truth and mercy, I have brought the incompetent.
You may leave, Tartarus.
But I thought...
And take your brutes with you.
Release the prisoner.
Council decided to have you hung by your entrails and your corpse paraded through the city. But ultimately, the terms of your execution are up to me.
I am already dead.
Indeed. You know where we are.
The mausoleum of the Arbiter.
Quite so. Here rests the vanguard of the great journey. Every Arbiter from first to last. Each one created and consumed in times of extraordinary crisis.
The taming of the Hunters, the Grunt Rebellion.
Ooh.
If not for the Arbiters, the Covenant would have broken long ago.
Even on my knees, I do not belong in their presence.
Halo's destruction was your error, and you rightly bear the blame. But the Council was overzealous. We know you are no heretic. This is the true face of heresy. One who would subvert our faith and incite rebellion against the High Council.
Our prophets are false. Open your eyes, my brothers. They would use the faith of our forefathers to bring ruin to us all. The great journey is a...
This heretic, and those who follow him, must be silenced.
Their slander offends all.
What use am I? I can no longer command ships, lead troops into battle.
Not as you are, but become the Arbiter. And you shall be set loose against this heresy with our blessing.
What of the Council?
The tasks you must undertake as the Arbiter are perilous, suicidal. You will die, as each Arbiter has before you. The Council will have their corpse.
Ooh, that's interesting.
What would you have your Arbiter do?
Ooh.
When we joined the Covenant, we took an oath. According to our station, all without exception. On the blood of our fathers, on the blood of our sons, we swore to uphold the Covenant. Even to our dying breath. Those who would break this oath are heretics, worthy of neither pity nor mercy. Even now, they use our Lord's creation to broadcast their lives. We shall grind them into dust and continue our march to glorious salvation.
Alright. Ooh.
This armor suits you, but it cannot hide that mark. Nothing ever will. You are the Arbiter, the will of the prophets. These are my elites. Their lives matter to me. Yours does not. That makes two of us.
I like that it's a fucking JPEG. Ooh. So, I'm not sure what's going with chat. It's gonna look good. Look good. Very much so. Let me make sure I can adjust this properly. And let me make test out long sentence formatting. Alright. Alright, and there we go. Alright. So I'm probably gonna go back to like stream elements chat. Maybe.
We are the arm of the prophets, Arbiter.
Whisper.
And you are the blade.
Ooh.
Be silent and swift.
I'll say the Arbiter. Ooh. Okay.
And we shall quell this heresy without incident. The storm has masked our approach, and it should have their local battle net in disarray. We have the element of surprise, for now.
Alright.
Engage active camouflage. Reveal yourselves only after the Arbiter has joined battle with the enemy.
You may wish to do the same, Arbiter. But take heed. Your armor system is not as new as ours. Your camouflage will not last forever.
Ooh, okay. Ooh. Oh.
How long do you plan on fighting, our Arbiter fool? Ah. Oh.
Okay, what the fuck are we supposed to do? Here. Point done. Oh, you go down here. Okay, that's what.
Sentinels, defend us. Arbiter, clear the hangar and open its doors so I may drop the second latch.
Fuck is. Alright. Not sure what like. Alright. Any place to go next? Dual wheel. Oh, I see. Huh? Okay. Okay, come on. Where the fuck are we supposed to? Okay, it's up here. Where's the button for the... Oh, there's here all along.
There you are.
Ooh, okay. Ooh.
You are no warrior. Look how they run.
Alright. Damn it.
You are an influence. Your heresy has made
Nice. We got it.
by the
Okay, fuck me.
They shall not see me coming.
Shit.
Deal with him, my brothers. I will defend the Oracle. Its truth must not be silent.
Alright.
The heretics are mobilizing their air forces, officer. Get after their leader, but watch your back. I'm sending one of our bandits to support you.
I like the music that's off topic. Ooh.
The heretics have weapon emplacements all over the facility, Arbiter. We'll take them out one by one until we find the heretic leader.
Keep forgetting that. Does this button not work for me? What is this music? Oh, what is this music settings? Yo, I have a cross music. Let's fucking go. Oh shit, Modby. Yep.
All heretic forces have been eliminated. Moving on. No sign of the heretic leader or his band. We must keep searching.
Yep. Let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
This area is clear. Let us continue.
Ooh, okay. No chat. Oh fuck. What? Okay, now I see what's going on with my the chat action. I'm okay with that. You're good. You're good. Alright. So that should be all fixed. Come on. Oh, fucker. Ooh.
Track the heretic leader to this part of the station. Clear that landing zone and get inside.
Got him. Which landing zone? Rip.
Track the heretic leader to this part of the station. Clear that
Alright.
landing zone and get inside.
Got it. Alright. Alright, who? The Oracle. Ooh. Let's fucking go.
What is it? That stench. I've smelled it before.
I just disappeared. The Juggernaut. Ooh. Alright. So we're gonna leave it off here. And we're gonna continue playing Halo on our next variety stream. What we're gonna do next is we're gonna be taking our mandatory lunch break and do some YouTube reactions. So yippee! Anywho, but yeah, we're gonna be doing some YouTube reactions, and that's pretty much that. YouTube reactions, getting lunch, and then after that, we're gonna be playing some Minecraft. Alright, chat. Ooh, what's for lunch? So I already had so breakfast was basically ham egg sandwich. For lunch, just keep it simple. I'm just gonna have some rice and Chef Boyardee. That's what I'm gonna have for lunch. But yeah. Me see when me want. Okay, I'll send you a picture when it's ready. Okay. And then I'm just gonna save and quit. Save and quit this. Yes. Alright. That looks ugly as shit. Okay, that looks decent, but I don't really use. The only thing I like is the rocket launchers. I've seen items. Okay. I'm not interested in that. But yeah. Alright. I'll be right back, chat. Matinee. Alright, oh my fucking god, hold on. Properties. There we go. Alright. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's see here. Oh, Grace still plays. Alright, cruise ships. Every Mobus. Film theory. Fuck yeah, I tried. Alright, here we go. Here we go, chat. I'm gonna I set this up for you. I gotta make sure my your stream avatar is all good. Alright. But yeah. Oh fuck. But yeah. How's chat doing? Good. I can't tell if chat's good or not. I'm still figuring out this new method here. Okay. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna play this video for your chat. Just enjoy the video for the minute, and hopefully, and I'll be back with some rice and shepherd. Anyway, be right back, chat. Matinee.
The Titanic disaster. On April 10th, 1912, the RMS Titanic left Southampton, England, on its maiden voyage to New York City. The ship was 882 feet long and weighed 46,328 tons. Over 2,200 passengers and crew were on board. First-class cabins had private parlors and marble bathrooms. The Titanic was called unsinkable. Captain Edward Smith commanded the vessel. The weather was perfect. Calm seas stretched in every direction. By April 14th, the ship was 4 days into its journey. That evening, passengers dined in the Grand Saloon. Women wore their finest gowns. Men smoked cigars. Below deck, third-class passengers sang and danced. Nobody suspected this would be their last normal evening. The wireless operators received ice warnings throughout the day, but Captain Smith maintained full speed at 25 miles per hour. At 11:40 p.m., lookout Frederick Fleet spotted something ahead. He rang the warning bell 3 times. Iceberg, right ahead. First Officer William Murdoch ordered the engines reversed, and the ship turned hard to port. The Titanic needed half a mile to turn. The iceberg was only about 1,312 to 1,640 feet ahead. Time slowed. The massive ship began turning, but not fast enough. The ship's starboard side scraped along the iceberg. Passengers in first class felt only a slight shudder. Some went on deck and picked up chunks of ice, laughing and throwing them at each other. They had no idea what was happening below. Below the waterline, the iceberg tore open at least 5 watertight compartments. Titanic could survive 4, but not 5. The captain ordered the lifeboats uncovered. There were only 20 boats. Together, they could hold 1,178 people. Over 2,200 were aboard. At first, passengers refused to get in. The lifeboats looked tiny, hanging 70 feet above the dark ocean. By 2:05 a.m., the last lifeboat left. Over 1,500 people remained on board. The stern rose higher. People clung to rails. Some jumped into the water. Others prayed on deck. At 2:18 a.m., the lights went out. The ship broke in half, and the bow section sank immediately and slipped beneath the surface. Hundreds were thrown into the water. Within 15 minutes, the screaming stopped. Silence fell over the water. The Carpathia arrived at 3:30 a.m. and rescued about 705 survivors. Over 1,500 people died from hypothermia. More than a century later, the Titanic still stands as one of the most haunting tragedies in history. Its story has been told in countless books, documentaries, and films. The disaster led to sweeping changes in maritime safety, from lifeboat regulations to continuous radio watches. The ship may rest at the bottom of the Atlantic, but its story lives on, etched into history, and remembered by every generation that speaks its name. The Estonia Incident. On September 27, 1994, the MS Estonia left Tallinn, Estonia for Stockholm, Sweden. The ferry was 515 feet long and carried 989 people. Most were Swedish and Estonian passengers heading home. It was supposed to be a routine overnight crossing. Passengers settled into their cabins around 7 p.m. The ship had restaurants, a bar, and a disco. People ate dinner, danced, and played cards. It felt like any other night. The Baltic Sea was rough that night. Waves reached 13 to 20 feet. Wind speeds hit 56 miles per hour. The ship had been listing slightly to starboard all day because of poor cargo distribution. A few crew members noticed, but none of them reported it. Around midnight, when most passengers went to bed, something happened. The crew members heard loud metallic bangs from the bow. The ship's bow visor had broken loose. Water flooded in fast. The ship listed to starboard within minutes. Passengers woke up to their cabins tilting at impossible angles. Furniture slid across floors. People fell out of their beds onto walls that had become floors. The ship's intercom system failed. They opened their cabin doors and found corridors tilted at 30 degrees. Water was climbing the stairwells. People tried climbing upward, but the angle kept increasing. The ship was rolling onto its side. Those in interior cabins had no windows. They climbed in complete darkness. On deck, crew members tried launching lifeboats, but the list was too severe. Lifeboats on the high side couldn't reach the water. Those on the low side were already submerged. The Estonia capsized in less than 30 minutes. Most passengers never made it out of their cabins. They were trapped in corridors as water flooded in. Some drowned in their beds. Others were crushed by furniture sliding across the tilting ship. On September 28, 1994, at 1:50 a.m., the Estonia was on its side. Then, the entire ship sank to a depth of about 240 to 280 feet. Rescue ships arrived hours later. Out of 989 people on board, only 137 survived. 852 people died, most of them trapped inside the ship as it rolled over and sank. The Concordia tragedy. On January 13, 2012, the Costa Concordia left Civitavecchia, Italy at 7:18 p.m. with 4,252 people on board. The cruise ship was 952 feet long and weighed 114,500 tons. Captain Francesco Schettino decided to perform a sail-by salute near 𝙂𝙚 𝙬𝙤. This involved steering close to shore, so islanders could see the lit-up vessel. He had done it before. It always impressed passengers. Around 9:30 p.m., passengers were in theaters watching shows. Others were at bars having drinks. Some were getting ready for bed. Everything felt normal. Schettino ordered the ship to sail within 500 feet of Giglio's coast. The ship was moving at 18 miles per hour. At 9:45 p.m., the ship struck a rock formation. The rock tore a 174-foot gash along the port side. The impact threw people off their feet. At first, crew members told passengers everything was fine. They said it was just an electrical problem. People wanted to believe them, but the ship was starting to tilt. Water was flooding into the lower decks. Power systems began failing. The ship started listing to port. Passengers noticed floors tilting. Walking became difficult. People grabbed railings to stay upright. At around 10:50 p.m., Schettino finally ordered the ship to be abandoned. But the ship was already listing 20 degrees. The ship's announcement system kept malfunctioning. Many passengers didn't know where to go. Some crew members helped people evacuate. Others panicked and ran for the exits themselves.
That's horrible.
But the captain, he was
Yeah,
nowhere
that's true.
to be found. It appears that he had already left the ship. The ship continued tilting. It eventually rolled onto its side in about 66 feet of water. People were trapped in corridors. Some fell down stairwells. Some jumped into the sea. Others climbed across the exposed hull, which was slippery and cold. By morning, the Costa Concordia was completely on its side, half submerged near Giglio Island. 32 people lost their lives in the disaster. The Eastland disaster.
Oof.
On July 24, 1915, over 7,000 Western Electric Company employees gathered at the Chicago River docks. The company had organized a day trip to a picnic in Michigan City, Indiana. The SS Eastland was docked at the Clark Street Bridge. The ship was 269 feet long and designed to carry 2,500 passengers. That morning, over 2,500
Right, check your DMs.
people crowded onto the ship. Whole families were dressed in their best clothes. Children ran around excited. Mothers carried picnic baskets. Everyone was looking forward to the day ahead. The Eastland had a reputation for instability. It tended to list from side to side when passengers moved around. Around 6:30 a.m., passengers began boarding. Many went to the upper decks for better views. Others stayed below to avoid the morning sun. As more people boarded, the ship started tilting to port. Crew members tried moving passengers to the starboard side to balance the weight. The ship leveled out briefly. More passengers kept boarding. The crew closed the gangway. They were ready to depart. At 7:30 a.m., the ship suddenly lurched to port. Passengers stumbled and grabbed rails. The ship tilted further. People started screaming. They ran toward the starboard side trying to balance the weight. It was too late. In less than a minute, the Eastland capsized completely. It rolled onto its side right at the dock. The ship was in only 20 feet of water. Hundreds of passengers were thrown into the river. Others were trapped inside. The ship had rolled so fast that people below deck had no time to escape. Water flooded through open portholes and doors. Passengers trapped inside, drowned in darkness. Families were crushed together in stairwells. Rescue workers arrived within minutes. They were right at the dock. They could see people trapped through portholes, hands pressed against the glass, faces looking out, then nothing. Divers found bodies wedged in corridors. 844 people died. They drowned just feet from shore while thousands watched helplessly from the dock. The Gustloff tragedy. On January 30th, 1945, the MV Wilhelm Gustloff sat in the port of Gotenhofen in occupied Poland. The German liner was 684 feet long. It had been converted for evacuation. The Soviet army was advancing. Thousands of civilians and soldiers needed to escape before they arrived. The ship was designed to carry roughly 1,800 passengers. That day, over 10,000 people crowded aboard. Refugees filled every space. They packed corridors and stairwells. Mothers held babies. Children sat on suitcases. Wounded soldiers lay on stretchers. Everyone was desperate to leave. They had walked for days through the snow to reach the port. The Gustloff left port at 12:30 p.m. The Baltic Sea was rough. Temperatures were below freezing. Ice formed on the decks, but at least they were moving. At 6 p.m., the ship turned on its navigation lights. This violated blackout procedures, but the captain wanted to avoid a collision with German minesweepers in the area. Soviet submarine S-13 was patrolling nearby. Commander Alexander Marinesko spotted the illuminated ship. He couldn't believe his luck. He ordered attack positions. The crew loaded torpedoes. They waited for the perfect angle. At 9:16 p.m., Marinesko fired 3 torpedoes. All 3 hit the Gustloff and killed hundreds of women and children sheltering there. The engine room explosion knocked out power. The ship listed immediately. Corridors became steep slopes. People fell and tumbled into darkness. The emergency lighting failed. Thousands were trapped below deck with no light, just the sound of rushing water. Panic spread through the ship. Stairwells became death traps. Bodies piled up as people tried climbing over each other. Parents lost their children in the chaos. The Gustloff sank in less than 45 minutes. Thousands were still trapped inside when it went under. Those who made it into the water had minutes before hypothermia set in. Only 9 lifeboats were successfully launched. Approximately 9,400 people died. It remains the deadliest maritime disaster in history. The Laconia Incident. On December 19, 1963, the TSMS Laconia left Southampton, England on a Christmas cruise to the Canary Islands. The Greek luxury liner was 608 feet long and carried 646 passengers and 376 crew. Most passengers were British tourists celebrating the holidays. They were looking forward to warm weather and relaxation. On December 22, 1963, the Laconia was near Madeira. That evening, passengers dressed for dinner. The dining room was full. People ate and drank. The atmosphere was festive. It was exactly what they'd hoped for. Around 11 p.m., most passengers went to their cabins. Some stayed at the bar. Others walked on deck enjoying the warm night air. 25 minutes later, a fire broke out on the ship. An electrical wiring fault ignited chemicals and towels. The fire spread quickly. Flames climbed through wall panels. Smoke filled the corridors. A passenger smelled smoke and alerted crew members. They found the barber shop engulfed in flames. The crew grabbed fire extinguishers, but the fire was already too large. At 11:30 p.m., the fire alarm sounded. Passengers woke up confused. They opened their cabin doors and found smoke filling the hallways. The smoke was thick and black. Visibility dropped to 0. People tried finding their way to the deck, but the ship's layout was confusing. Corridors twisted in multiple directions. Stairwells filled with smoke. Some passengers crawled on hands and knees trying to find fresh air. The fire spread to the ship's wiring. Lights began failing. Sections of the ship went dark. People were trapped in darkness with smoke closing in. On deck, crew members tried launching lifeboats, but the fire had damaged the davit mechanisms. Some boats wouldn't release. Others dropped unevenly and spilled passengers into the ocean. The fire reached the dining room and the lounges. Flames engulfed furniture and wooden panels. Windows exploded from the heat. Passengers trapped in interior cabins faced impossible choices: stay and suffocate from smoke, or try running through burning corridors. Some were overcome by smoke before reaching the exits. Others suffered severe burns trying to escape. By midnight, the entire midsection of the ship was on fire. Rescue ships received distress calls. At 3:30 a.m., the Argentine ship Salta arrived first and began taking on survivors. Some passengers jumped into the ocean to escape the flames. The water was rough. People struggled to stay afloat. The fire burned for 3 days before the Laconia finally sank. 128 people died. Most suffocated from smoke inhalation. Others burned to death trapped in their cabins. The MS Bulgaria tragedy. On July 10, 2011, the MS Bulgaria left the port of Bulgar, Russia, on the Kuibyshev Reservoir. The river cruise ship was 262 feet long and carried 201 passengers and crew. Most were Russian tourists on a 2-day cruise. They were families with children, elderly couples, and groups of friends. The Bulgaria was 55 years old. The weather that morning looked threatening. Dark clouds gathered. The wind picked up, but the captain decided to continue. River cruises are rarely canceled for weather. Passengers settled into their activities. Children played on deck.
I feel you should
Adults sat in
cancel.
the dining area drinking tea. The ship sailed through calm waters initially, but in the early afternoon, the weather worsened. Strong winds created waves on the reservoir. The Bulgaria began rocking. At 1:58 p.m., the ship suddenly listed to starboard. The list increased rapidly. Within seconds, the ship was tilting at 30 degrees. Tables and chairs slid across the floor. People fell and tumbled toward the starboard side. Water poured in through open portholes on the lower decks. The ship had been listing slightly to starboard all morning due to poor weight distribution. When strong winds hit, they pushed the ship over further. The ship tilted more. The elderly struggled to move on the steep angle. Some couldn't move at all. The captain tried turning the ship, but there wasn't enough time. Within 1 minute, the ship was on its side. Within 3 minutes, it was completely underwater. Most passengers never made it out. They were trapped in cabins and corridors as water rushed in. Parents held their children as water closed over them. Families drowned together. Those in interior cabins had no windows to break through. There was no escape. Some passengers on deck managed to jump into the water before the ship went under, but most couldn't swim. They struggled in the waves. People called for help, but there were no other boats nearby. Rescue boats arrived 30 minutes later. Out of 201 people on board, only 79 survived. 122 people died. Bodies were later recovered from inside the sunken wreck. Many were children still in their parents' arms. The Dongfang Incident. On June 1st, 2015, the MV Dongfang 𝙂𝙬 sailed up the Yangtze River in China. The cruise ship was 251 feet long and carried 454 people. Most were elderly Chinese tourists on a multi-day river tour. They were retirees enjoying a vacation. The weather forecast warned of severe thunderstorms, but the captain continued sailing. By evening, the storm intensified. Heavy rain fell. Wind speeds increased. Passengers stayed inside their cabins. Some played cards in the dining room. Others went to bed early. Around 9 p.m., the ship was near Jianli County in Hubei Province. The storm reached its peak. Rain pounded the decks. The wind howled. Lightning flashed across the sky. The storm was much worse than predicted. At 9:28 p.m., a downburst struck the ship. This one hit with winds exceeding 80 miles per hour. The wind hit the ship's side like a wall. The Dongfang Jixing rolled immediately. Passengers were thrown across their cabins. Furniture crashed. The lights went out. Everything happened in seconds. The ship kept rolling. Within seconds, it was upside down. The entire vessel capsized in less than 1 minute. But passengers had no time to react. No time to grab life jackets. No time to reach the exits. No time to scream. Those in cabins faced impossible situations. They banged on the hull. Some could hear each other through the walls. The screaming and banging continued for minutes. Then silence. A few passengers near the exits managed to escape. Only 12 people made it out alive. By the time rescue boats arrived, the ship was completely capsized and sank in about 49 feet of deep water. Divers found passengers still strapped in their beds. Others were piled against doors they couldn't open. Entire families drowned in their cabins. 442 people died. Most drowned trapped inside the capsized ship. The vessel flipped so fast that almost no one had a chance to escape.
Holy shit.
If you'd like to see more stories like this, make sure to subscribe.
Yeah, I know why. I understand why it recruiters could get canceled for weather. The captains who keep on pushing for pushing to get cruise ships going. Oh, thank you for following. Edison, thank you for following. Welcome. How are you doing today? So alert, streamline alerts. Let me make sure something real quick. How are you doing today? Welcome. Sound alerts. Properties. Advanced audio properties. Poco44. Welcome. How are you doing today? Welcome. We're having our mandatory lunch break before we go to play Minecraft. What y'all missed so far in the stream was we started playing Halo 2. We got all the way up to the Oracle. So I ended off there, and then we'll be continuing playing Halo 2 on the next variety stream that's on what was it? Based on it, right? Yeah, this is gonna be on the next variety stream. Is gonna be on Thursday. And what you can expect from me is I also do art streams on Monday and Tuesday, as well as I do like a chill stream on Friday. Here. But yeah, welcome. How you doing today? Hope you're doing well. My name is Brandon Witz. I'm a Friday streamer. I stream lots of videos. Chat suggests me. I also draw art, and hopefully sooner or later I'll be doing 3D modeling for everyone here. Welcome. How you doing today? And I'm gonna say welcome to the Blitzy Club. Now y'all, and both of you are my Blitzies. And I hope you enjoy your time here. I'm happy to have you here.
Minecraft worlds have a huge variety of different mob types. When spawning into a world, most mobs you immediately come across are friendly, but as the area becomes darker, you start to find some mobs that are not so friendly. Today, in this Minecraft world, every single mob type is hostile.
Okay, that's interesting.
Immediately start coming after me? Oh, you are? Oh, look. Oh, wow. Pigs definitely hit hard. It's as if I'm holding a carrot, but they're actually not here to get some food. They're here to take damage. I love the way the baby is also coming after me. Stay away from me, please. I think we're safe over here. Let's at least get ourselves a weapon. I can't remember the last time I've ever made a wooden sword. For the first time ever, the peaceful mobs are actually fighting back. Are you gonna attack me too? It makes sense.
All the people mom says, "We had enough of your bullshit. We're gonna take back our land. We're not gonna let these fuckers take our land."
It looks so weird. Look, he's following me. That's so crazy. Oh, okay.
Wow.
Something about that that's so creepy. Not even the water is safe. Oh no. It's nighttime. Go back inside. Oh, I've been poisoned.
Lol.
Oh no, I've never killed a bee before. Don't tell me a squid is gonna come towards me. Are you gonna try and attack me? No, I don't think so. Oh, it's a salmon. The salmon stuck up on me. Maybe I can get wool for bed. Oh, there we go. There we go. Can I find somewhere that I can place the bed away from the mobs? There we go. I should really make some upgrades. No, the bees. Oh, no. Oh no, bad enough I have the peaceful mobs. At least in the day, can the regular hostile mobs leave? Come get some chicken. Oh no. Whoa. Oh, that's a room portal. Does my food always look that small? My pickaxe is not small. Why is my chicken so small? Whoa. It looks tiny. Getting around the terrain is a lot more difficult now. Even the horses too? Let's check the portal. Oh, silk touch. I think this is one of the first times I've actually used up all of my wooden tools fully. Let's make some that are a little better for defending ourselves against chickens. You know what I want to know? What happens if I try and get on top of a horse? Am I just going to immediately take damage? Oh, once I get on, they stop hitting me. Ooh, that is a big ravine all the way down to deep slate. Whoa, that goes so deep. Oh, no, I didn't even look at you. Is the Enderman immediately aggro with me? He just immediately teleports to me whether I look at him or not? That is not going to be good in the end dimension. Okay, pretty big cave. Oh, there's another Enderman. Oh, no, whoa. That actually worked. Whoa. I really need to make a shield. Oh, I have enough.
Shield.
I didn't bring wood. Never mind.
I didn't bring wood.
Get some iron, I guess. Oh, there's a lot of iron over here, but there's a skeleton.
Skeleton of trouble.
Oh, I didn't even see you. You like perfectly blended in.
That's what I call camouflage.
This layer between the deep slate and the stone. I think the terrain looks so good. Oh, deep slate coal ore. Look at that. I am really using up every bit of my tools today. There goes the axe too. Those bees see me from the most insane distance. It's raining. Go back inside. Oh, wolf. Oh, there's a wolf. That's scary. Not even the water is safe. The ice has got to be safe, right? There's nothing here. Perfect.
I'll give me with the next video.
Zootopia is doomed. Yeah, though you might look at this happy-go-lucky city of Disney animal people and think it's a utopia, it's not. If a place like this actually existed scientifically, it would be on the brink of collapse without enough food, and its people might have to resort to the darkest option. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Film Theory, a show that would absolutely be an anthropomorphized St. Bernard. I'll bring you the subscribe button when you're trapped up on the mountain and
Lee is a furry confirmed.
You're in need of help. Go on, take it. So today we're pulling a bit of a Disney, friends. And how is that? Well, it's because after 9 long years, we're finally getting to a sequel to one of our biggest theories ever, Zootopia. Yeah, along with Disney revisiting this world with its sequel, I wanted to make another theory about it. And fun fact, but that first Zootopia theory is legit the 5th most viewed video on this entire channel. And let's just say that 2016 thumbnails were something else, huh? In case you never got this one on your radar, or it's just been a while, Zootopia is the story of Judy Hopps, an anthropomorphic rabbit from a small town who has big dreams of becoming the first rabbit police officer in Zootopia, a large city where all sorts of animals live in harmony. Throughout the film, she ends up forming an unlikely partnership with Nick Wilde, a red fox and one of the city's resident con men. And together they unravel a massive conspiracy and bust a government-led cabal out to frame all predators as violent. They then save the city and tons of innocent people and end the film as official partners on the Zootopia Zootopia police force. The film was surprisingly great, one of my personal favorites from the House of Mouse in the last decade, and it's one of the internet's favorites too. Yeah, this one spawned a lot of fan fiction, like a lot of fan fiction.
A lot.
Too much, some would say. Enough that Disney sat down to make some officially sanctioned fan fiction with a sequel because, hey, they want more money. But you know what? Where some might see a cynical cash grab sequel, I see an opportunity to dive back into an interesting world with an old school theory. See, if you sit down and look at the world of Zootopia, how the city is built, how its people interact, and how you'd even think about supplying such a diverse range of animals, the city is sitting on the edge of a crisis and they don't even realize it. Yeah, friends, this is as classic a film theory as film theory can be. Looking at this fun, creative, silly, fictional world and taking it as seriously and scientifically as possible. And at the other end of that,
why I love film theory.
Zootopia is doomed. And the only thing that might save it from its biggest problems? Cannibalism. Well, kind of. Man, science-y and a dark Disney theory? You're getting a two for loyal theorists. So without further ado, let's do further and hop into why Zootopia is doomed. Reason number 1, weather modification. Let's kick off this indictment by hopping into our police chopper and getting an aerial view of the entire city these films take place in, shall we? The main portion of Zootopia is broken up into 4 sections, or districts. To the west, you have the hot and humid rainforest district. To the east, you have the arid Sahara Square and Arctic Tundra Town. And finally, in the middle, you have Savannah Central, the actual city part of the city, where most of the first movie's plot takes place. Now, at first, having all of these diverse habitats all packed into one area makes perfect sense from a world-building perspective. I mean, if I were trying to design a fantastical city built for all sorts of mammals, from rabbits and jaguars to camels and polar bears, this is exactly where I'd land. It's only natural, pun intended, that there would be different ecosystems for the different citizens. It's creative and fun. But the how they would make this happen would be a disaster. Near the beginning of the movie, when Judy first travels to Zootopia, we see her go on a bit of a train tour across the city's different districts. Outside of the city, we see a temperate climate, similar to the American Midwest, maybe something closer to the Pacific Northwest. But as Judy enters the city, we first see Sahara Square before passing into Tundra Town. And as we make that transition, we get a look at this. This is what is known as the Climate Wall, a huge, skyscraper-high array of heaters that blows hot air into Sahara Square while simultaneously blasting cold air into Tundra Town. And later in that same scene, when Judy's train moves into the Rainforest District, we see that the rain in this rainforest is actually mostly caused by giant sprinklers hidden up in the trees. Of course, these biomes recreate a lot of the natural habitats of the peoples of Zootopia, so they can feel comfortable in the city. They can wear what makes them feel natural, and nothing would all of those little details are, like I said, creative and fun, but they also tell us something important. None of these districts are natural. None of them are supposed to be here. They're all man-made, or mammal-made, I guess. By showing us the how of these landscapes, we're being told that the land of Zootopia isn't a magical world where deserts and rainforests and the Arctic all converge. No, instead, it looks like Zootopia, and the people who made it have gone out of their way to artificially carve out all of these little ecosystems to create the perfect environments for their inhabitants and their needs. On the one hand, you gotta give the engineers who made this happen some props. That takes some serious technological innovation to pull off, something that we are nowhere near able to do to this degree, pun intended, in our own real world.
Exactly.
But, as you can imagine, messing with the natural climate of an ecosystem this much isn't gonna come without some drawbacks. Like, some major drawbacks. And all of that meddling with nature would only make life for all Zootopians much, much worse. Let's start off with the climate wall, shall we? Honestly, inspired idea, but just think for a second about how something like this would actually function. I tried to dig up any information about the actual mechanics of the climate wall, but all I could find was this infographic explaining that it has heaters on one side and snowblowers on the other. It's very helpful. So what we're gonna do here is assume that this thing works a little bit like a refrigerator. Now, this is very simplified, but your fridge doesn't actually just make things cold. It actually sucks the heat out of the stuff inside and then dissipates that heat out of the back. So it's cold on one side and warm on the other. It kind of sounds like the climate wall, right? Well, first things first here, that would not be great because it would use a huge amount of energy, like a massive amount. Just one refrigerator can account for anywhere between 7 to 20% of a household's entire electricity consumption. They take a lot of power to run, and that's just one human-sized one. Imagine scaling that up to the size of several buildings. Now, sure, that would have a terrible impact on the environment just from trying to generate that much electricity, but even worse for the this environment? Well, think about it. Part of the purpose of the climate wall is to blast hot air into Sahara Square. But do you know what happens to hot air, loyal theorists? It rises. When air heats up, it expands, making it less dense than the air around it, and thus it floats. That's actually how hot air balloons work. But that also means that the air in Sahara Square would be hotter than all of the air around it, and it would literally be sucked into the sky, creating a little bit of a vacuum effect on the ground. And that means that the air from the surrounding areas, like Tundra Town, Savannah Central, and the southeast would flood in, creating massive wind and dust storms. That massive upswell of wind would also carry a lot of the sand and dust from Sahara Square into the sky. And what goes up must come down. This would bathe not only Sahara Square, but all of Zootopia in a continuous cloud of sand. And if you believe that it would just come back down on Sahara Square and nothing else, think again. IRL, millions of tons of sand from the actual Sahara Desert are carried by the wind over to the Americas each year. So going over a few city blocks, that would be nothing. In the end, this excess sand would pollute water, damage machinery and windows, and even cause eye and lung problems for the most vulnerable Zootopians. And even worse, but when that warm air from the desert meets the cold air coming from Tundra Town, that would create what is known as a front. And depending on how those two masses of air would interact with each other, that could create a whole host of weather conditions that could change in the blink of an eye. Think thunderstorms, hailstorms, and even tornadoes. You know, maybe trying to squeeze deserts and the Arctic next to each other was kind of a bad idea. And all of that is without mentioning the Rainforest District's sprinklers and their flood of problems. Literally. See, you can't just take a normal forest, add a bunch of rain, and call it a rainforest. Those are completely different types of woodland. Plants that live in tropical rainforests have evolved for millions of years to survive the high temperatures and constant rainfall. As just one example, many plants in rainforests, like the Amazon, have evolved to have waxy leaves and pointed tips that allow water to wick off, preventing them from being weighed down by the excess water. And so, if Zootopia did just take an ordinary forest and started making it rain, well, anyone who's overwatered a houseplant can tell you what will happen. Now, sure, if you're Zootopia, you could just tear down whatever forest used to be there and replace it with plants from another rainforest. But you know what you can't replace? The soil. See, rainforest soil is just built different. Typically, the soil in rainforests tends to be more acidic, and it lacks a bunch of nutrients compared with ordinary soil. But it's also very porous, meaning that it allows more water to just flow through it. So if Zootopia's plan is to just sprinkle water over a forest and call it a day, even if they replaced every tree, blade of grass, and shrub, they'd still have to wrestle with the comparatively less porous soil and having the need for the water to go somewhere. And that would mean excess runoff into the nearby river and, of course, massive flooding into the densely populated Savannah Central. Unpredicted weather events? Check. Constantly coating your city with sand? Check. Accidentally flooding your lowlands in order to create an artificial rainforest? Check. Turns out trying to speedrun changing the climate wouldn't be a smart idea. But of course, no place is more symbolic of Zootopia's effect on the environment than its central location, Savannah Central. Rapid expansion. Ironically, one of the biggest challenges that the city of Zootopia has to face is its own success. I mean, just look at Savannah Central from an aerial view. This place is huge. As the creators of Zootopia have come out and said, they took inspiration for the design of Zootopia from many different metropolitan cities, namely Shanghai, Hong Kong, and Brasilia, as well as the usual suspects you might expect like LA, London, New York, and Paris. The creators have also said that they wanted Zootopia not to feel like an American city, but a world city, a real melting pot where species of all kinds can live together peacefully. But of course, as you'd expect, trying to build a city that can house a variety of different mammals comes with its own challenges. For example, size. Zootopia needs to be accommodating for mammals of all sizes, from the tiniest mouse to the largest elephant. One obvious way this happens is through public transportation. As we see in the beginning of the movie, before Judy hops aboard the train to Zootopia, we see multiple doors open, allowing various sized animals to disembark. Now, of course, that's a simple enough fix, and a necessary one for Zootopia to truly be inclusive. But it's not just public transportation where the size differences between animals can become a problem. Take Judy and Nick's cop car. The cars in this universe need to allow for both bigger wildebeests and rhinos, but also foxes and rabbits to operate them safely. So is that like a feature I can upgrade in this car? Or do they sell like separate cars for small, medium, and large creatures? And this would not just be true for cars, but for housing as well. Heck, there's an entire neighborhood in Zootopia, Little Rodentia, that is miniaturized so the rodents citizens can avoid getting stepped on. Everything that has to be created in Zootopia needs to be made with these different sizes in mind, which would complicate supply chains and just be a big headache for any product designers or city planners. And there would be a real problem with the population. See, we've talked about this before, but animals of vastly different sizes can take wildly different times to make offspring. Sure, it might take a rhino 15 or 16 months to have a child, but rats reach maturity at just 9 weeks old. Female rats can give birth to around 5 to 12 pups per litter, and they can have over 6 litters per year. That means that one pair of rat parents can, if the conditions are right, produce over 1,250 different offspring per year. Obviously, things might be different in the world of Zootopia, and any rodent characters might not want to have that many kids that fast, but this is something that the people running Zootopia would have to keep in mind. And there's evidence in this world that the populations would grow rapidly, all thanks to other mammals that famously breed quickly. Some would say, like rabbits. Let's take Judy's family and her hometown as an example. They don't technically live in Zootopia proper, but instead around 200 miles away in Bunnyborough. And the thing about this little rural town is that it's packed. We know from the movie that Judy has around 275 brothers and sisters, but during the first movie, as Judy leaves, we see this sign that keeps an updated tally of the entire population of Bunnyborough, and it says that there are 81 million people? In comparison, the most populated city in the world in 2018 was Tokyo, Japan, with 37 million people, and this is a rural town with 81 million. Obviously, the size difference of rabbits and humans would contribute to that, but oh my gosh! If that is how many people live out here in the sticks, what the heck is the population of Zootopia as a whole? Like a billion? And while that might sound ridiculous, that does track with how fast rabbits can reproduce in the real world. According to one calculation made by a professor out of the University of Miami, one single pair of breeding rabbits can create a colony of as many as 184 million descendants in just 7 years. So that 81 million is the more reasonable number compared to the real world. Factoring in the other rabbits and rats and all the other rodents that reproduce quickly, let alone all the other animals, Zootopia is going to become very cramped very soon if it isn't already. And judging by how densely packed the city already seems, where else can they build into unless they tear down the other habitats they've worked so hard to build? But while unpredictable weather and predictable population booms are no doubt problems, they could theoretically be solved with a bit of ingenuity. It wouldn't be easy, don't get me wrong, but Zootopia has managed to come up with interesting solutions for their challenges so far. Perhaps they could overcome this. But there is another problem that wouldn't be so easily solved, and this one would be the end of the city: food insecurity. As we discussed many times throughout this episode, Zootopia,
especially when there's massive food insecurity,
is meant to be, well, a utopia, a place where all mammals, both predator and prey, are able to live in harmony. And all of this is only possible because, in Zootopia, predators don't hunt and eat prey anymore. Well, unless they're affected by the night howlers, but that was a whole thing, don't worry about it. Yet, this did get me wondering, if they don't eat meat, what do the predators eat? Like, sure, I get that some animals, like foxes, are omnivores, so they could easily switch between eating bunnies to eating berries. But what about the carnivores? The world of Zootopia is filled with lions and cheetahs and the like that have to eat meat to survive. They don't have a choice, it's how their bodies are built. But thankfully, once again, the creators of Zootopia were able to shed some light on how the carnivores get their fill. They've confirmed that the predators, along with eating plants and the occasional donut, do dine on fish and insects to get their fill of protein. I guess the bugs and fish aren't sentient enough to avoid getting eaten, huh? If so, that might be awkward. Anyway, at first, that seems like a pretty reasonable explanation for how the predators are able to get the meat that they need. But if you start to overthink this, to take this concept just one step further, the entire world falls apart. To understand why, let's imagine back to what this world was like before predators and prey lived in peace, shall we? The predators ate the prey, and the prey ate the plants, berries, and such. Circle of life, Elton John, all that jazz. Now, imagine what happens when the predators decide that they're not going to eat the prey anymore, and instead they're going to feast on the exact same food as the prey. And here's where the problems begin. Where, in the real world, someone like Officer Clawhauser would have eaten Judy, and Judy would have eaten the plants and donuts, now everyone is fighting over the small supply of donuts, plants, insects, and fish. That means that Zootopia is going to be going through their finite finite supply of food at a faster rate than before. In fact, we even see from the final trailer for Zootopia 2 that Zootopians have turned extracting fish into an automated process, presumably to keep the predators' appetites in check. But since everyone is now eating from that same pool of resources, suddenly food supplies are going to dwindle over time. Combine that with the fact that Zootopia's population is only set to explode from here like we laid out earlier, more and more animals fighting over a smaller and smaller food supply. It's essentially like the predators were just wiped out of the food chain, which sounds like it would be good for everyone in the environment, but in an ironic twist of fate, removing predators from the food chain like what happens in Zootopia would actually make an environment less healthy. In fact, and this is true, it can literally affect the flow of rivers. Really? In Yellowstone National Park, there used to be a lot of wolves in the landscape prior to the 1920s, but when humans moved in, the wolves were considered a nuisance, and they were hunted down and removed from the park. That essentially removed the top predator from the environment, which kicked off a domino effect that, in an ironic twist of fate, made Yellowstone less hospitable to life. You see, the wolves played an important part in that ecosystem. They ate the elk, which in turn ate the grass. So with wolves, the elk's main predator, out of the way, the elk population exploded, which in turn led to the grass in the area being depleted. This led to more erosion into nearby rivers, making it dirty and less suitable for fish. Basically, the environment was destroyed by taking out the top-level predator. Now, compare that scenario.
I like the fact that people could be so stupid not thinking about environmental factors. Do you ever think you're like what the fuck?
To what happened in Zootopia. Not only have the top predators been removed from the environment just like the wolves, but in turn, those same predators are now fighting for the same foods as the prey. That'd be like, instead of getting rid of the wolves, if the wolves also started eating the grass. It only serves to make a precarious situation much, much worse. And the absolute cherry on top of this disaster sundae, Judy and Nick, yes, our protagonists from the franchise, through their actions in the first movie, might have accidentally made this food insecurity issue even more dire. Remember how Judy and Nick helped break up that drug ring? Well, the drug was called Night Howler. It turned predators aggressive, but it also had a secret second use as a pesticide. That's right, in the first movie, we learned that Judy's parents, who are produce farmers, also used the Night Howlers as a way to keep bugs off their crops. And so, after Judy exposed the city's government and revealed the dangerous effects of the Night Howlers, I wouldn't be shocked if Night Howlers became straight up illegal after the events of that first film. That would mean that the Hobbs family farm would have one less insecticide to keep their crops safe, and that means that if they don't find an alternative, there will be a decrease in the supply of produce they're able to, well, produce, leading to even less food being available and making things more precarious. So, what's their solution? How do they fix this existential threat? What could they possibly do to save Zootopia from its doom? Well, if you look back at our example of the Yellowstone wolves, there is one option, but most of the people of Zootopia aren't going to like it. See, in the 90s, scientists reintroduced wolves back to Yellowstone, and they went ham. Naturally, with their predator back in the food chain, the elk population went down, which sucked for the elk, sure, but it led to the grass in the area flourishing once again. And all in all, it made the entire environment more sustainable. More or less, since all of the people of Zootopia are sentient creatures, they'd have to resort to cannibalism. Barry the bear hanging out with his friends Otto the otter and Randy the rat until he gets hungry enough for lunch. Obviously, there'd be some absolutely terrible issues that would come along with this reintroduction of the predator-prey system into this world. And I mean, it would also go against the entire point and message of the movie, but if you look at the scientific reality of the world of Zootopia set up here, they are going to have to find some solutions for their problems, because if things go south, if food supplies dwindle away, some old habits might start to rear their ugly heads. But
that's just a theory. A film theory. And cut.
Up next on Film.
I love the theorists. Very fun to watch.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Scary Interesting. In this video, we're gonna look at two separate caves that together
cave incidents. Let's go.
Of terrifying deaths between them. These are some of those horrifying incidents, and as always, viewer discretion is advised.
Let's fucking go.
On the night of May 11th, 1990, 8 members of the Florida Speleological Researchers, or FSR, readied themselves for a dive at the Sand Hill Boy Scout Camp in Brooksville, Florida. Formed in the late 1980s, the FSR is a group of cave divers who spend their time mapping uncharted caves, and among the team on that night was 25-year-old Lloyd. The cave they were going to be exploring is known as a place for only the most advanced cave divers, called 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 number 2, and Lloyd, for one, was particularly excited.
No, okay.
Pretty much every dive gave him that feeling, as he was known to be enthusiastic about his relatively newfound hobby.
Oh, I heard of this one.
Already earned him a bit of a reputation. The Sand Hill Boy Scout Camp lies almost directly in the middle of the town of Brooksville and Wheaton Springs in Hernando County, Florida. When the last member of the 𝙂𝙚𝙣 family died in the 1970s, the land that was once private property was given over to the Boy Scouts. Since then, the property's aqua blue pond has been of particular interest to some of cave diving's biggest names. Known as the 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚, the system is actually made up of 2 separate areas, 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 2 and 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 number 3. It's number 2 that's captured the attention of cave divers from all over the world. With a maximum depth of 360 feet, or about 110 meters, it's the deepest known underwater.
It has the word dying in it. What do you expect?
And with its depth, a tight entryway, and a couple of beautiful large rooms, it's garnered interest from names like 𝙭After the land was donated to the Boy Scouts, 𝙭wasted very little time in performing a dive in 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 to the maximum depth level in 1980. On the night of May 11th, though, no one would be striving to reach the 360-foot mark. The FSR would instead be conducting several surveying dives in groups of 2 that would enter the cave at staggered times. And first up was Lloyd and his partner. The dive plan was a fairly simple one, as Lloyd and his partner planned to complete a circuit that would take them into an area called the ballroom and to depths in excess of 200 feet or 61 meters. For Lloyd, however, this dive would also have a secondary meaning. Not only was it his first dive at the sink, but it was also a chance for him to set a new personal depth record. When the pair were equipped with tanks, they submerged into 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 number 2 and disappeared into the night. At the base of the bowl-shaped main pool is a restrictive opening that guides divers about 180 feet or 54 meters straight down. From there, there's a slight bend that leads to an area called the junction room. After negotiating the extremely narrow entrance and making it to the bend in the tunnel, the 2 divers were greeted with a bit of an unwelcome sight. As they made their way toward the junction room, visibility inside 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 number 2 essentially dropped to 0. Just prior to the dive, this part of Florida had experienced some heavy rains, and all that excess water flow into the sinkhole had stirred up the silt inside. They did have a guideline though, so this wasn't a huge issue. The 2 then pressed on through the junction room and eventually hit clear water along the upper circuit guideline they were following. At some point, one of the divers experienced a buoyancy problem, which was a minor issue that was quickly addressed before they continued onward. Continuing along the lower circuit guideline now, they made their descent to 250 feet or 76 meters. When they did, Lloyd had officially reached the deepest point of his young cave diving career, but that's when the first signs of real trouble made themselves known. Lloyd's partner watched as Lloyd briefly let go of the lower circuit guideline and descended further and faster than he was supposed to. When he lost the lower circuit guideline as well, he seemed almost confused with the situation, and his partner saw him swing rapidly deeper into the cave. His partner continued after him though, and soon they both found themselves inside the massive ballroom section, and within its clear waters, he was able to regain a handle on the lower circuit guideline. For a moment, it seemed like the panic or confusion or whatever it was had dissipated. Then, believing that Lloyd was now heading toward the exit, because again this was a circuit, Lloyd's partner started to make his own way out of the cave. Because of the extreme depths the pair had reached, decompression stops were required on the way up. As Lloyd's partner began his decompression stops though, he couldn't help but notice that he didn't see Lloyd in front of him or behind him. This continued to be the case as the partner performed several more stops, but it wasn't until the 30-foot or 9-meter stop that concern began to set in. While inside the main entrance basin, the partner actually turned back around and started to search for Lloyd, but found no sign of him anywhere. After a few moments of looking around, he surfaced completely, hoping that Lloyd would already be there, but he wasn't. Again, with the silt in the cave, it seemed possible he could have simply passed him without realizing. But without him being there, the alarm was raised, and as several members of the FSR called for help, Lloyd's dive partner and another diver re-entered 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 2 to resume the search. The pair made it all the way to the still cloudy junction room, but failed to spot Lloyd there. With no luck in finding him, they turned back around and left the cave to wait for diving specialists to arrive and assist. It would be about 17 hours from Lloyd's disappearance inside 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 number 2 that the first team of recovery divers entered the cave. From there, it took just 25 minutes to find him. Well past the junction room at a depth of 241 feet or 73 meters, Lloyd's lifeless body was discovered head down on the cave floor, just a handful of feet from the guideline. From the moment his body was discovered, 7 hours would pass before Lloyd's remains emerged through the entrance restriction and onto the banks of the sinkhole. In the aftermath of the tragedy, it was determined that several circumstances led to Lloyd's death, but the main cause was likely CO2 buildup and nitrogen narcosis. This combination of symptoms, and with Lloyd temporarily losing the guideline, proved costly. Even in the best of conditions and circumstances, losing sight or hold of the guideline can be a terrifying situation for even the most experienced divers. Being relatively new to cave diving as compared to the others, such a scenario in low visibility water likely caused Lloyd to panic. Narcosis can also lead to more intense panic than you'd otherwise feel. This also would have increased his respiration, which then would have put him well on the path to completely blacking out. Recovery divers reported that Lloyd's mask was still in place when his body was found, and he still had his regulator in his mouth. This led them to the conclusion that he blacked out, sank to the bottom, and eventually ran out of air and drowned. Just under a decade later, 29-year-old Guido came all the way from his home in Italy during the spring of 1999 to see Dipolder's massive depth for himself. By that year as well, entering and touring Dipolder number 2 came with a list of requirements to be permitted entry. Divers had to be able to prove they'd accomplished cave dives in at least 5 other systems and have at least 100 cave dives under their belt. However, Guido's experience fit the bill, and he was eager to make the long trek to Florida. He even planned to write a magazine article about his experience upon returning to Italy. Because along with its depth and challenging environment, Dipolder number 2 is known for its waters that are often described as gin clear, and Guido made sure to have his camera in tow so he could take plenty of photographs. The day finally came on April 26, and Guido arrived at the Sandhill Boy Scout camp with his travel partner Simone. The pair would be guided by Sandra, a highly experienced guide who had logged plenty of dives at Dipolder number 2. At around 5 p.m. that day, the three stood along the banks of the sinkhole and got some necessary paperwork out of the way first, before suiting up with loads of dive equipment, including several bottles of mixed gas. According to their dive plan for the day, the three would reach depths close to 300 feet, and as seen in the previous story, breathing surface air at such depths can be incredibly dangerous due to nitrogen narcosis. To avoid this, as diving advanced, divers began to use a mixture of gas containing far less nitrogen at depths beyond 100 feet or 30.5 meters. Once everyone was ready to go, the three divers entered the pool and began to descend to the bottom. They then entered the 180-foot narrow vertical drop for a long descent. After carefully navigating that section, they made their way into the junction room before continuing on toward the main event of their dive, the massive ballroom. According to some sources, the room is almost as big as a basketball arena and is notorious among cave divers for its size, beauty, and marine life. Its crystal clear waters only add to this, and to divers it must feel like a bit like being in outer space upon entering it for the first time. Guido, likewise, was in awe of the room once the three divers made it there, and they began a slow exploration afterward. They ascended to the ceiling of the chamber and slowly followed it all the way around, with Guido taking photos the entire time, until they were back at the entrance to the room. For all intents and purposes, their dive was complete at this point, and they began heading back toward the junction room and the narrow chute that would lead them out of the cave. The journey back, however, would take a bit of time. Just like the previous story, because of the depths they reached and the time they spent there, the three divers would have to perform decompression stops. How many stops and how long they would need to spend at each is determined by a dive computer the divers wear on their wrists that keep track of how deep they go and how long they spend there. As divers ascend, as with on their way down, their gas will also need to change, so it's not uncommon for them to stash different mixtures at various stops on the way in. It's also not uncommon for divers to have a bottle of pure oxygen on deep dives. This is because pure oxygen can actually reduce decompression time, but importantly, this can only be used about 20 feet or about 6 meters from the surface. Unfortunately, this is not what happened on this dive. Among the tanks on Guido's back was a bottle of pure oxygen, but instead of leaving it at the decompression stop upon entering Dipolder number 2, he carried it with him throughout the dive.
Oh, Neo.
As
I think I heard this as well.
They stopped at the 120-foot mark to decompress, and Guido took the regulator from one tank out of his mouth and replaced it with another. Then he took a deep breath and immediately started convulsing uncontrollably.
Oof.
Simone and Sandra then darted toward him to see what the matter was, but there was no helping him. The moment Guido took that one singular breath in, his fate was sealed. He had accidentally breathed from his pure oxygen tank in a place far deeper than where the gas becomes toxic to the body. Oxygen toxicity actually comes in two different forms, pulmonary and central nervous system. And central nervous system oxygen toxicity is far more sudden and far deadlier. Just like in Guido's case, this form usually sets in the moment higher concentrations of oxygen are breathed in at depths beyond toxicity limits.
Ooh.
Immediately upon inhalation, the toxic oxygen impairs the brain and spinal cord and can trigger a seizure. Underwater, this can obviously greatly increase the risk of drowning if the diver's regulator is ejected. In fact, when Guido began to seize, the regulator from the pure oxygen tank was spat out of his mouth and his teeth immediately clenched down against each other. This made it impossible for Simone and Sandra to get the correct regulator back into his mouth. In these cases, it's crucial to get the person to the surface as quickly as possible, regardless of the potential threat of severe decompression sickness. That's what Simone and Sandra tried to do, but ascending with Guido's limp body proved to be too much and they had to leave him inside the cave.
Shit.
When they emerged, they alerted authorities, and recovery divers were eventually able to bring Guido's body to the surface later that night. However, regardless of whether Simone and Sandra were successful in getting Guido out of the cave or not, it's likely it was already too late for him. The moment he took that deep breath, his central nervous system basically shut down, according to dive experts familiar with the incident.
Ooh.
The 29-year-old death could have been avoided if he had simply stashed his pure oxygen tank at the proper depth on the way in.
Yeah.
Located just north of the town of Mayo, Florida, Peacock Springs is more remote than some of Florida's other state parks for cave divers.
Ooh.
But it's a picturesque place with tall trees surrounding 5 different springs in the park. Throughout the state, Florida is home to around 700 springs, which are characterized by their water flow and connection to the Floridian aquifer system. And among the 5 diveable sites at Peacock Springs, which include more than 10 miles of mapped cave tunnels, the system, known as Peacock Springs 3, is considered the most challenging. That's what made what happened there on April 9th, 1990 all the more horrifying.
Ooh.
2 adults and a child suited up on the banks of P3 as they readied themselves for the dive. Since none of the 3 were named in the source material, they've been given pseudonyms to avoid any confusion. At 53 years old, Jim was missing from the Atlanta area with his 10-year-old son.
Why would you bring a child into a technical diving expedition? Are you fucking kidding me? Regardless of how training you I say regardless. Child lung capacity and their mental fortitude are not the same as an adult. Why the fuck would you? Alright. People being stupid. Got it.
Matthew, and while the reason for their visit to Florida was never reported, the two apparently had a bond over diving. 2 years earlier, Jim had gone through a cavern diving course and earned a certification, although he was not cave diving certified, which are apparently distinct from one another. His son, meanwhile, was far too young to even be considered for open water certification at the time. The third man, Paul, was a classmate of Jim's in the cavern diving course he took, and just like Jim, Paul wasn't cave diving certified either. In short, none of them would have been recommended to dive a place as challenging as P3 anytime soon. When all 3 were ready to go, they entered the spring and descended. Paul led the way toward the entrance to P3, which sits at a depth of around 25 feet below the surface. Once they got there, Paul pulled out a spool of rope and affixed it to just outside the entryway to serve as a guideline for the 3 divers. At the very least, this was a great idea considering their inexperience. When this was complete, they passed into the cave entrance, and right away a silt-out occurred. Suddenly, none of the divers could see far enough in the water to get a look at one another, and Paul made a terrible assumption. Thinking that all of them were now headed back out of the cave, Paul pulled the guideline he had tied just outside the entrance to the cave and began his ascent. Once he reached clear water, however, Paul spotted Matthew on his way up to the surface, but it was immediately apparent that Jim was missing. Back inside the cave, Jim was in serious trouble. He was lost in the silt-out and couldn't tell which direction he had to go to get out of the cave without a guideline to help him. For some untold amount of time, Jim likely tried to feel his way around the walls for a way out, stirring up more silt and making his situation worse until his air tanks ran out and he drowned. His son, meanwhile, was just dozens of feet above him, waiting for him to resurface. When rescuers were alerted and arrived at P3, they quickly geared up and entered the spring, only to find that the area near the cave entrance was so silted out that they couldn't safely perform a search for Jim. His body was eventually recovered once enough time had passed to allow the silt to resettle inside the cave entrance, and Jim was found just feet away from safety. After the tragedy of Jim's passing, the inexperience of all 3 divers was blamed for his death, and although both Jim and Paul were cavern certified, neither received the extensive training that goes to becoming cave diving certified. In the aftermath as well, it wasn't clear to investigators what exactly caused the extreme silt-out the 3 divers experienced upon entering P3, although some type of contact with the walls is likely. Those who've been inside P3 attest that the cave is coated in a thick layer of very light sediment. It's been theorized that the silt-out that claimed Jim's life might have occurred as a result of the compression that takes place with a diver's exposure suit upon descent from the surface. There are several different types of exposure suits, and you may be familiar with terms like wetsuit, dry suit, or skin suit. Many suits are compression resistant, but the ones the 3 divers were wearing in 1990 weren't. What happens is that air from the surface gets trapped between the skin and the suit, and as the diver descends, this air will compress and the suit will become tighter. When this happens, a diver who's not used to this change could experience an issue with buoyancy, which may cause them to adjust by flailing their arms and legs to regain control. It's possible that Jim brushed up against the walls as he fought to correct the issue, causing the extreme silt-out that led to his death. Jim's death was the fifth involving a certified cave or cavern diver in Florida in the previous 2 years, and it's estimated that the entire Peacock Spring cave system has claimed the lives of at least 45
Jesus Christ. Alright, chat. We're gonna be moving back on to again, Minecraft. We're gonna move it back onto Minecraft, and we're gonna be pardon me, we're gonna be doing more horror mod packs. Let's fucking go. Can you chat? Let me get everything ready, and we'll get going. Alright, here we go. Matinee. Alright, chat, we are back. Let me do this. Controller should be back online. Then put a filter on. Alright, and then error filters. Gosh. Alright. Alright, there we go. Here we go. Alright. Give me single player. Alright. I'm gonna need to readjust my seat. What's going from memory? Options. Menu settings. Oculus. Share packs. And do makeup ultra fast. Alright. Alright. Wait, hold on, real quick. Hold on. There we go. Make sure I put that back on. Alright. Alright. Ow, my arm. Alright, there we go. What is going on? Ooh. Alright. Aw. Okay, we gotta find some place to actually make a base and oh, hi here, Brian. Hi here, Brian. I'm not gonna look at you. Hi, Brian. Hi, Brian. Are you just play the game? Rick. Alright. Where did I even go that stumbled upon it? Oh, wasn't that far behind. Yeah. Am I at spawn point again? What did it say? Expected white space. Oh. Obstructed. Shit. Oh, we're going to a new direction. Alright. Alright. Ooh. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck was that? The fuck was that? Okay, I didn't know what that was. Holy shit, that scared me. That scared the living shit out of me. On point. Okay. That's the shit tentacle that we just got. Oh. Alright. Okay. Ooh. Oh, I freaking cook iron. Alright. Just to get enough stone so we can make. And also, yeah, this is my skin. I've been using it for years. Gosh. Why not? Not gonna need it for where we're going. Alright. I don't like the sound. Okay, what's this? Oh, that is cool. What the wrist? What the fuck? What mod is this? I want this. Alright. Alright. Was it part of the same vein? Dead end. Alright. Ooh. Suspicious. Okay. Ew, okay, fuck. Alright. Slash. Spawn point. I bet I'm fucked. I'm fucked. And so are alright. I'm fucking so are you. Face. Ooh. Oh no 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 no. What is a rabbit? Nice. It's made of netherrack? What biome is this? Yep. Biome, biome, biome. What is this? Scarlet Mountains? Ooh. Oh. Have another tower. I need to hydrate. I need to hydrate. Looks like we have another tower. Alright. Alright. There's redstone above here too. Section 2, I'm bringing Badger. I'm breaking what now? Breaking 2. Have I seen it correctly? What the fuck? Oh, what kind of terrain generation? Jesus Christ. Alright. Potion of poison resistance. Alright. Oh. Oh, okay. We almost died there. Ooh, neck crack. Alright, there we go. Okay. Alright. Let's see if you can... Oh boy. Yeah, I like to explore the world. Oh. Hi, Burrito. How are you? Welcome. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Properties. Hold on, I gotta make sure my sound alert. Advanced audio properties. Alright. Hopefully that'll be good. What's going with my sound alert though? Hold on. But how are you? Welcome. You doing? Hope you're doing well. Everything you doing okay? Hi Dusk, welcome. I'm playing some micro horror mod packs. You want some? Hey, you thought you said you want some food. I was doing this. Yes, the first thing I did when you arrived is murder. Alright. What is this? The village. Y'all have jobs? I'm pretty shitty about your jobs. Alright. Now we're gonna go to the rice fields, my boys. We're gonna go to the rice field splitsies. Sweet dreams, yay. Alright. Explore the village right here. See what they have. Alright. Okay. Not much of anything. Hope everyone's doing okay. Alright. Alright. Already bored of this. We're gonna move on to the next next for a mod pack. Unseen. Okay. Ew. Okay. Come on. Come on. All right. Wardrobe. Quit and launch. Update, etc. You know, chat? You know, Blitzies? You all are essential to me. Especially some of the mods I have on here. Well, I mean, like, not just Minecraft, my mods on Twitch. Single player. Let's see, normal. Game rules. No griefing, desound off. Alright. There we go. Mm. Much better. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay. I forgot what mods I have on this one, other than the unseen mod. Ooh, wait. A village. Let's fucking go. You got any food? We're taking this. And y'all have a shit ton of bail. Let me have some. I want to ask, chat, how's your days been? Doing well? Oh fuck, man. Oh, and what the fuck? Oh, and you. Mm. Ugh. What the fuck? Okay, guess can't be playing that mod. What I want to do... Let me special. I'm gonna edit a mod from here real quick. There's one mod I don't like is the UI mod. Other than that, I want to do is the 100% tick rate mod. Or tick rate times 100 tick rate, basically. Single player. Alright. So load it into a normal world. Did I do something I was not supposed to? Oh fuck. Let's launch again. 100 at rate. Nice. Do you... What do I do? Huh? I'm confused. What the fuck? I didn't even... Rule. Game rules. Tick speed. Random tick speed. I think it's 4 times and went. Random tick speed 100. Okay. Options. Game rule. Random tick speed set to 100. No, slash game rule. $1,000. Then how did he do? Because I think there was a mod, or was a way to options. Resource packs. I swear there was a way to do random ticks to get the mobs to go faster. Video. Alright. Entity. There's no way to do. Cause I remember when I was back when I played Minecraft Pocket Edition as a kid, there's a way to like make the mobs move like insanely fast. Oh, okay. Okay, I am confused. Oh, there's like a way to... Alright. Aware conscious but self. I want to find more like... was again more mod packs. I think that would actually like scare me. But yeah. Install. Let's quit an update. Let's go. Ew. Pardon. Okay. Okay. Go false. Intense. Purchase source. Project blocks. Block attractions next to them. Sleep percentage can be both on field freeze damage. Where's mob griefing at? Mob griefing. Ooh. Options. Chat. Mod. Okay. Dash. Oh. What? Alright. Gonna be okay, let's get this. Whoa. Alright. What the fuck? It's a game. Holy shit, that was fucking weird. Oh, holy shit. What the fuck? Rain live within the confines of the world. You're living my dick. I didn't say anything yet. I definitely didn't say anything. I definitely didn't say anything, chat. I definitely didn't say anything. Alright. Well, there we go. And something was on the lip. Alright. Oh, fuck. My controls are inverted. I don't like that. I don't know if I can delete it. This one, fuck you. Wait, while you're here. Like 7, 8. Alright. 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 That's over here. Fucking huge ass nest. Alright, alright. Probably. Fuck. Trying to find something good. Okay. Alright. Oh hell no. Oh hell no. I'm out of here. I'm out of here, chat. Okay, let's see here. Interesting train generation there. That was too close. That was way too close. Alright. I tried escaping. It hurts here. I'm AOing. Get out of my... I mean, I don't think you can have an entire micro world as a house. I think it's impossible. Okay. Oh. Alright. Alright. Ooh. Okay. Options. Mods. Split self. Huh? What is this? Event start delay. Interval check event interval 60. You. But yeah, my brain's like, no. Also, we're going back to YouTube reactions. Already hit the... Yep, we're heading back to YouTube reactions. I'm gonna do this first, so just to chat a little bit. Yeah, I got a few hydrates here. 2 hydrates. Okay. I'm gonna need to get more water. Oh, I forgot I have juice. I forgot I had juice. Ah, there we go. Alright. But yeah, chat. Where's the it is? Yeah, chat. Going back to YT reaction, because my brain's like, boop, no more gaming. No more gaming. That's enough gaming. Alright. I gotta say, why note, okay, I know Kick is very shitty, but I can't be begging on choosing. I gotta be like making. We all gotta do what we can to do what we can to survive in this world. But yeah. But one thing I unfortunately will objectively have to give a Kick a point to, or point for, is the way the way that Twitch handles the switching category stuff. It's okay. It's just two steps. But I just think that it could be a bit much when you're trying to look for a specific game. Or like they previously had a game that they allowed a game, but they removed it and say, "Oh, we're not allowing this game anymore." I'm like, fuck. I give a point for Twitch to. I gotta give a point to Kick for having. Well, they don't have as many games indexed, which is unfortunate. And sometimes there's inconsistencies with the categorizing because of that. But one thing I can get for, they made the way they switch categories, they made it pretty much like one button. Or Twitch, you gotta like delete the category and then change and then put in a new one. For Kick, you just click the category, change it, and then boom, done. Kick does it more intuitively than Twitch. That's what I have to give a point to Kick to, even though ethically speaking, why the fuck would I be streaming on Twitch? I can't be begging cheese. I'm not one of the big VTubers. I gotta do what I can here. Chat. Let's see here. Okay. Okay. We get chat. There we go. There we go, chat. Oh. Verse. Oh, 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 having another concert. Nice. Yeah, here we go.
This starting house is the first structure ever added to Minecraft, and it's just one of the dozens of structures ever added to the game since 2010. But we also have every structure that Mojang's removed from the game, like the Pocket Edition exclusive Nether 2010. But we also have every structure that Mojang's removed from the game, like the Pocket Edition exclusive Nether Spire, this double-decker glitched witch hut. And we'll start with the secret loot that you could only find within the starter house. On January 24th, 2010, Notch added the very first structure to Minecraft, fittingly named the starting house. And inside of the starting house would be filled filled up with a chest giving you 54 full stacks of TNT, as well as every item in the game stacked up to 99. And while the original look was made entirely of full mossy cobblestone, it was eventually reworked to be planks and stone, which seems a lot more inviting for a house. And I don't know what's more cursed, seeing a stack of 99, or the fact that it's 99 blocks of lava. And on February 27th of that same year, this is when we would get Minecraft's largest structure in history. Though the reason it's this large isn't so interesting, since all it was a brick pyramid that generated all the way up to the world height. And for roughly every 1,000 by 1,000 block area, it would generate exactly one new pyramid, meaning that there could be as much as 976,562,500 pyramids generated in one world. And because the height was so tall, it could actually cause lightning bugs if you went up to the top. And sometimes if it generated too tall, it would just generate with a flat top, meaning it's technically a brick square frustum. Yeah, I had to look that up too. And along with the brick pyramids, we also got these obsidian walls that would generate in the worlds. And back in Minecraft Inf Dev, you would find obsidian walls that would replace all solid blocks which had an X or Z coordinate of 0, giving you this 2-block tall wall that extended across the terrain. And then if you went to 0, 0, you would find where the two walls connect, giving you basically a compass to align yourself on the world. And if they came across a cliff, they would just infinitely scale up until they went over it. And if you wanted to, you could even use these obsidian walls to discover the brick pyramid. Since if you started from the center of the obsidian walls and then turned 45 degrees, then you could walk straight in that direction and eventually end up finding a brick pyramid. The monolith was Minecraft's first accidental structure.
Oh
Since
yeah, I
for a brief
remember
period
that.
in Java Edition Inf Dev during the month of June, you get these glitched areas of your world that would cause the terrain to abruptly invert, which can get caused when you use a Perlin noise generator. And not only will we get these huge chunk errors that generate on the surface, but if you go underneath them, then because the bedrock layer was raised up to sea level, that would also make the void easily accessible. On June 25th, the monster rooms were initially added to Minecraft. Also commonly referred to as dungeons, these rooms were so old that they actually predate skeletons using bows and arrows. And if you need another reminder on how old these things are, when you go inside of the chests and look at the loot table, you'd see that they originally used to generate with sulfur in the chests before the item was renamed to gunpowder. And with those monster spawners, we eventually saw them show up again in the mine shafts. On September 14th of 2011, we saw mine shafts enter the game, though originally their support beams used to generate with oak planks instead of oak fences. It would feel a lot more claustrophobic to explore one of these, but also a lot less likely for a cave-in, so I guess take what you can get. When villages were first added to Minecraft, there was no Plains Village, Savannah Village, or anything like that. There was just villages, and you can definitely tell that from this very first image, considering that here we see a village generating both on the beach, in the snowy plains, and in the regular plains next to a bunch of giant mushrooms. And while that image was first shown off on July 1st of 2011, it wouldn't be until September 14th that we actually saw these in the game. And along with this, we also saw the villagers get added into the game. Though at that point, they were just called Testificate, which you can see by written in all caps above each of their heads. And there's a reason it didn't say blacksmith, because as Jeb mentioned during the testing, the lava from the blacksmith would often just set the whole village on fire. So it's been over a decade and villagers still are not any smarter. When Jeb first showed off how the strongholds could spawn, originally they were shown off to spawn above ground, looking more like ruins, which I gotta say would have been really cool to see as a way of introducing players into the strongholds naturally. But considering they're meant to be end game, the way that we eventually found them with Eyes of Ender made a lot more sense. And hey, Minecraft did get ruins, but I'm getting ahead of myself. When other fortresses were first added to Minecraft, they were honestly pretty hard to see. And these early screenshots that Jeb showed off when it was a work in progress really go to illustrate that. The original Nether was a lot darker than what we see today, and your best chance of seeing anything light up inside of this would have just been some kind of blazes shooting off fireballs, considering that they were the only reason worth coming to this Nether fortress in the first place. We wouldn't get wither skeletons for a whole another year. And speaking of those wither skeletons, while they're not able to burn in game, when Minecraft made the Minecraft Experience physical pop-up for the villager rescue, there the wither skeletons were actually able to burn in lava where they can in the regular game. On October 6th of 2011, we got the shortest structure to ever be added to Minecraft, or at least shortest lived, because accidentally left in the Java Edition Beta 1.9 pre-release 3 was a debug feature emojing left in this glass pillar that marked the location of the stronghold. That way they could easily find where it was during testing, considering that there weren't any Eyes of Ender yet added to the game. Maybe they should have just left it on the surface then, but this was quickly removed, unlike this next structure which was here to stay. After the full release of the game, several months went by without any new structures added to Minecraft, but on May 24th of 2012, we eventually got the new desert villages, which isn't to say that villages didn't generate in deserts before, but when they did, they would just generate made out of wood and cobblestone. And now we finally had these all sandstone options, though the village lampposts could still generate with these floating torches, which would eventually get fixed in snapshot 13W06A. And along with our desert villages, we also got the desert pyramid. And when these were first added into the game, they originally generated with wool instead of hardened clay for the designs. Hardened clay didn't exist exist back then, though the
Exactly.
TNT trap's always been intact, even if sometimes these desert pyramids generate pretty unconventionally. And because of the added world height, we now see a lot more of these desert pyramids generate where they're getting stuck underground, causing these abnormally long sandstone pillars in the caves. And sometimes on the surface, it's even possible for a double pyramid to generate. And considering beacons were added around the same time, it's fitting that a fully powered beacon could be assembled inside of the roof of the desert pyramid. And that wasn't the only pyramid that we got this year, since on May 31st of 2012, the jungle pyramid was added into the game. And these were particularly special to find, not just because they were rare, but because they were the only place to find chiseled stone bricks naturally before an official crafting recipe was added in Java 1.8.
I remember that
and also,
too.
there's been a few glitches that have been documented where these jungle pyramids could actually generate over water, making them look a lot more like swamp huts. Which, speaking of, on October 4th of 2012, to coincide with their spooky Halloween update, Mojang finally gave us these witch spawn huts. Or rather, they were supposed to spawn witches. Originally, they did actually spawn witches inside of the witch huts, but they would just despawn like normal monsters, which was then changed in snapshot 16W42A, 4 years after they were added in. And one of the interesting distinctions that we see between these on Bedrock Edition compared to Java is that harming potions actually generate inside of the witch's cauldrons. Though, if you're looking for something on both versions, then you'll notice that only black cats can spawn within the witch hut, making this symbol of bad luck into 100% odds. And what's a lot rarer than that is this double witch hut that spawned once. I just really like this witch hut and wanted to mention it. This structure only existed in Pocket Edition, since back in November 15th of 2012,
I remember
there
this
wasn't a
house.
proper way to get to the nether dimension.
Oh, the Nether Spire. I remember this. I remember spawning Nether Spire when I was playing Pocket Edition. It wasn't in 2012. I was playing Pocket Edition 2011, and we had the Nether Spire back then.
On Pocket Edition, and so that's why Mojang added in the dome, as they referred to it in the code, better known as the Nether Spire, which when you place down a nether reactor core in a space like this, then it would generate this huge structure around it as the cobblestone from the nether reactor turned into a glowing obsidian and then cooled down into a regular obsidian, as we then had the rest of the nether mobs to fight inside. And also inside we would find a whole chest filled with items that we weren't able to get otherwise because they just didn't exist in the game, which I've got to say really didn't make a lot of sense. I mean, why are cocoa beans in anything related to the nether? But it was just a temporary solution, and that's why it was removed as soon as the proper nether was actually added to Pocket Edition. Though that didn't stop players from realizing this fun glitch where if you activated a nether reactor core at Y level 1, then that would cause the bedrock to be replaced with netherrack, which meant that if you broke that netherrack, you could fall into the void, losing all the special items that you just got yourself. On June 18th of 2014, we first got the Ocean Monument. But unfortunately, the Ocean Monument got some pretty big problems, since the icebergs that could generate would actually have a chance of generating inside of an ocean monument, suffocating Elder Guardians originally. But one of the reasons such a glitch might happen might just be because of the size of this thing. Since as you can see here from the size comparison with the other three pyramid structures, the ocean monument's larger than both of them combined and doubled. And why would you even go seek one of these out early on? Well, originally when you kill Elder Guardians, they used to drop dry sponge items, which was then fixed in snapshot 16W33A to actually be wet sponge, because I mean, they're fish. In 2015, the monster dungeons were renamed into monster houses, and that's because for the Love and Hugs update for their snapshot in April Fools, Mojang replaced the monster dungeon rooms with quartz and made them into monster houses, which then on top of the chests that they generate also had crafting tables and furnaces inside. And while monsters would still spawn from the spawner, they couldn't hurt you in this update, making it safe, if not a bit claustrophobic. At Minecon 2015, Mojang first showed off the End City, which was the new structure that they were planning for the update later that year. And when they did first show it off on Minecon, you can see from this Twitch clip that structure blocks were originally used to manually generate the end cities, as opposed to them generating naturally. And back when the end cities' end ships were first designed, they used to generate with beacons inside. And while those gave you the speed effect, that was actually just a leftover testing feature. And they then got replaced with pumpkins, which is a bit of a downgrade, which then those were replaced with a hopper that contains a book that was written by Sarge, who worked in the team, titling it A Work in Progress, until the whole thing was ultimately replaced to be obsidian and purple blocks. And if you've ever wondered the reason why end cities have beetroot seeds inside of their chests, it's because that on the legacy console editions of the game, before we had proper Bedrock Edition, the world sizes were limited. So this was a way to add it to obtain beetroot in those survival worlds. And then we got it in Java Edition for parity reasons. Pay close attention to this image from Sarge. Since if you look towards the top right, you're just able to notice an igloo peeking out. And so it makes sense that a day later, igloos were finally added to Minecraft. And while plenty of people already know about the secret basement that generates underneath some igloos, you might
Oh, well.
I not have known that the sign inside of that basement has gone through a few changes. Originally, it was an arrow pointing to the right and one to the left, and then that was changed to a whole bunch of series of X's like so, until finally a sign where it was an arrow to the left and an arrow to the right. A whole bunch of changes just to get the arrows flipped. And if you ever wondered why there's a furnace inside of the igloo in the first place, it's actually intended that if you use this furnace, it'll melt the ice with enough light level, flooding the carpet and revealing the trapdoor down to that basement. So you can go and see all those arrows by yourself. On May 18th of 2016, we got quite a few structures, starting first with the overworld fossil. Now in testing, the fossils are actually made out of quartz blocks before the bone blocks were added in, which Professor Mobius teased on Twitter before they released. And in 2021, it was noticed that these fossils could occasionally generate floating inside of caves, which would then be fixed 2 months later. The Badlands mine shafts originally started in Pocket Edition before they were ever seen in other versions of the game. And here, one of the Mojang developers showed off in an alpha build how these mine shafts could generate on the surface of the Badlands, but they didn't yet actually generate with the dark oak planks that we're familiar with until they were fully added in May 18th of 2016. When taiga villages were added into the game, the snapshot that added them made a pretty confusing change. Since because the snapshot said that a village only had to partially be inside of a valid biome to generate, then we could get these taiga villages that we see here that generate mostly inside of other biomes, making it just look like a miscolored plains biome. You notice this happened a lot less with savanna villages though, which were also added in the same update, but those still have their own pretty big bug. Since in Bedrock Edition there still exists a code that prevents mason houses from generating inside of savanna villages. And the third of our villages added into the May 18th update was the Abandoned Village, which calling it abandoned is a little bit funny, considering that these villages do still spawn cats. I've never heard anyone call them a cat village. And on the topic of glitches in Bedrock Edition, there used to be a bug that would cause abandoned villages to be a 30% chance on Bedrock Edition.
I don't think that spawning cats in the abandoned village is a bug. I think it's most likely a feature, because there was a case where an abandoned village was overrun by cats, so yeah.
As opposed to the intended 2% chance that we saw in Java, which now is the case on both. In 2016, Mojang had a problem, because they were looking for a way to incorporate the illagers into Minecraft after they had designed them from dungeons, but they didn't know how they were going to do it. And so the Woodland Mansion was the perfect solution, and so on September 28th, it was added into the base game. But unsurprisingly, it was also added with a few bugs. Like how the spider room that you find inside of the mansion could actually generate with a pig spawner instead of a spider spawner if you found it on the Legacy Console Edition, or how in the tree chopping room, occasionally other items could generate with efficiency 1 instead of the iron axe. So in Bedrock Edition, you'd actually have a chance of finding things like an efficiency 1 leather cap, but this is ultimately fixed in preview 1.21.80.20. The first time that we ever saw the ocean ruins was in this picture dropped on Minecraft.net on December 27th of 2017. And if you can't see it, I can't blame you. But when we brighten up this teaser image, you not only see the original texture for the sea turtle, but we also get to see one of the first cold ocean ruins right there in the bottom. And then these would actually be playable in the game on March 1st of 2018. Oh, and a weird glitch worth mentioning for Bedrock Edition is that if these chests for the ocean ruins generate above water, they'll always generate with a water block above it, meaning that we could potentially have floating water above like in this image. I guess it is technically underwater. And 5 days after the ocean ruins, we got proper buried treasure added into Minecraft on March 6th of 2018. And along with it, also got the new record for the smallest structure in the game. Now, when you go to find buried treasure, an old trick that we've shown off in the past is using your player arrow aligned with the X on the treasure map, making sure that at least 1 pixel pokes out underneath the bottom, always aligning you on top of the treasure chest. But worth noting is that this works differently in Java and Bedrock Edition, considering that in Java, the player arrow is always shown underneath the X of the treasure, but in Bedrock, the arrow is always shown on top, which does make this easier to do on Java Edition. And also on Java, the buried treasure chest contains the highest number of diamonds per chest amongst any of the structures in the game. So while the endgame End City chest might have an average of 1.06 diamonds per chest, inside our Java Edition ones, we can find an average of 1.25 diamonds per chest. It's not a lot more, but when you go insert a whole bunch of these, it's definitely gonna add up. And you didn't have to deal with shulkers to get them, so I think that's definitely worth it. And the only thing rare than the diamonds you're finding is glitch MC234396, which can also generate pig spawners if it spawns in the same place as a block entity like a mineshaft spawner. The update Aquatic wasn't done adding new things into the game, since on March 13th, we then got shipwrecks added into the game. And on Bedrock, those shipwrecks can be a lot more wrecked, considering they can actually spawn in the sky because of this bug here. But Java also has its fair share of glitches for our shipwrecks. Consider that if one of these spawns on a chunk border in between two different biomes, we can actually get it made of two different variants of wood. Like we see here from this one made from dark oak, as well as our regular oak planks. Maybe the reason it sunk was because of indecision. When the pillager outposts were added in November 21st of 2018, they came with a horrible bug, which is that if you removed all the blocks of the pillager outpost above the floor, and then looked down at the pattern, you'd notice that the floor is asymmetrical, missing this corner block here. Yeah, it's completely unplayable. And one thing you might notice is that when you remove all of the pillager outpost to see this, is that pillagers can still spawn even if the outpost doesn't have any blocks left. It only has to do with the location of the outpost, which is a lot easier to remove all the blocks and test this on Java Edition, as opposed to these extra tall pillager outposts that sometimes generate on Bedrock. They do look really cool though. The most recent village added to Minecraft is the Snowy Village on December 5th of 2018. But
Snowy Village, yes.
Refined are a little weird, considering that on Bedrock Edition, the Snowy Taiga biome spawned the Snowy Villager, despite technically being taiga villages, which would be a whole different villager type. But I understand the confusion, considering that at Minecon Earth 2018, originally these were shown off as the textures for the taiga variants, but they ended up being used for the Snowy Villagers instead. And maybe all that texture confusion is why we still have this bug in the game, where if you use the program art texture pack, then the zombie villagers of this type will render their fists up near their head as opposed to where they're supposed to be. In 2020, we finally got fossils added into the Nether, though early on they probably weren't one of the most useful, considering that they're only one of the 3 generated structures in the game that never generates with any loot chests, along with the swamp huts and ocean monuments. And we wouldn't technically have any special loot for these until we eventually got the dried gas and the happy gas update, but those could take a while to find, so while you're looking around, pay attention, because there actually exists 14 different variants of Nether fossils. But if all 14 creatures ended up dead, that's probably not survival of the fittest. The most structures ever added to Minecraft was on April 1st of 2020, since with the Infinite Snapshot April Fool's update, there were 43 hard-coded Easter egg dimensions, which essentially function like structures on their own. So let's do a lightning round. There's the ant dimension, which has an ant block which uses the Langton ant algorithm to determine its pattern, the basic dimension, which generates a maze like the ones in the basic programming language, the brand dimension, which is just a bunch of creeper faces, bridges dimension, oh wow, it's a bunch of bridges, checkerboard contains all the dyeable blocks in 16 by 16 by 16 blocks of patterns, the colors dimension, it's just the Microsoft logo, content dimension's the YouTube gaming logo, the credits dimension is the game credits made out of netherite blocks, the custom dimension is just a bunch of caution tape and under construction design, but that could have been referencing the upcoming snapshot in 20W21A, which gave us the custom worlds feature. The fleet dimension has a fleet of end ships, but not a single elytra. Gallery dimension is just a quartz path museum with block DNA. The isolation dimension actually has a structure, the House of Bob, which definitely isn't the most inviting structure. There's just a bunch of signs that say go away and no advertisement please in Swedish, and a chest inside that has a sword named Stabby McStabface, and the highest texture item in Minecraft, a very fine item. The library dimension is a reference to the story The Library of Babel, and it also serves as the hub for this update. Llama dimension just has a llama. Yep. Message dimension just says, we apologize for the inconvenience and fire. The missing dimension, there's a shrine of quartz with beacons and a chest footprint item, plus iron golems that have absolutely no AI. The nothing dimension's a complete joke. It's a dimension with a grass block and a sign that says, I lied, this isn't nothing. And when you check your coordinates, the first 10 digits of pi. Patterns, it's just patterns. Perfection ends up being a reference to Direwolf 20's Let's Play, and it's infinitely repeating cobblestone rooms. Pillars, just a bunch of obsidian pillars. Rooms, large brick rooms with walls and ceilings. Shapes is shapes. Sky Grid is modeled after the Seth Bling map. Spiral is a mossy cobblestone spiral. Sponge is a Menger sponge style thing. The terminal's made to look like DOS. And the final specially colored dimension in this update is the last page dimension, which is 2 variants, and when you access the last one, it'll say, only purpose of this message was to troll completionists and put my name somewhere in Minecraft. Written during time of plague by Bach. All these worlds are yours except Europa. Use them together, use them in peace. And then just 2 weeks later that same year, we finally got new structures actually added to the game, starting with Bastion Remnant, which when it was first added originally used to generate with netherite gear before they were switched over to diamond in snapshot 20W17A. In that same update, we also got ourselves the Ruin Portal, which was an idea a fan originally brought up to Notch years ago, all the way back in 2010 before they had a proper name, but it wasn't decided that they would generate naturally until 1.16. And speaking of generating naturally, did you know that a Ruin Portal can actually generate and technically light itself if it spawns inside of a woodland mansion naturally? It takes 2 Ruin Portals portals generating next to each other to complete it, but once they do, the lava from the nether portals can actually light up the rest of the woodland mansion, causing the fire to strike, and giving you a fully completed nether portal. On November 4th of 2020, the amethyst geodes were added to the game, which is considered to be a structure-like feature. But don't get me wrong, these things do not like structures, considering that geodes, because of a bug, could actually generate next to a stronghold and break the end portal frames, making a completely unusable end portal. We went almost 2 years without a new structure added to Minecraft, but it's not because we didn't hear about it sooner. And while the Warden and the Deep Dark were originally shown off for the Caves and Cliffs update, it would actually be in 1.19 where we get the Ancient City where they were properly implemented. But what was never fully implemented was this idea to have the loot originally found inside of pots and stone chests, which with those ideas were cut during the concept art, this idea was actually removed from the game once the Ancient City was in it. Because when players asked why there was a structure inside of the Ancient City called the Small Portal Statue, they got curious if this mentioned some kind of fourth dimension, which was definitely not intentional, so Mojang actually full out removed it. On March 22nd of 2023, we didn't get a new village added to Minecraft, but rather the remnants of an ancient village culture. Since it's mentioned on Minecraft.net, the trail ruins were meant to be a sign of how the villagers used to live. And while these originally used to generate with sand and suspicious sand, that was eventually just changed to gravel variants. And while archaeology was thrown off all the way back in Minecraft Live of 2020, the idea for it still exists inside the trail ruins, considering that one of the rooms has 2 coal blocks and brick stairs, which is meant to be a reference to baking the pots in the original archaeology. This might not look like it, but it's actually one of the largest structures ever added to Minecraft. This is the self-building lunar base, which was added for April Fools in the voting update, and if you found one of these on the moon dimension, then it was a reference to the Acme Corporation from Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner cartoons, which if you press the golden pressure plate on top, it would start to generate this ginormous lunar base. And it's definitely big, but it's definitely not very pretty. But hey, it does generate with a few loot chests, and with all the copper-looking blocks, this seemed to be hinting at the trial chambers we would get later that year. On November 8th of 2023, the trial chambers were added in Minecraft, and with them we got one of the rarest mobs ever added to the game, since these originally spawned skeletons that were holding poison arrows, which was eventually replaced by the bogged mob that we saw introduced into the game on snapshot 24W07A. Oh, and also, I don't know why you'd ever notice this, but the color of the beds that you find in the intersections, they're randomized. So if you don't like your bed, just find a new ancient chamber, I guess. Minecraft eventually did get that fourth dimension that people were hoping for, just not in the way that they hoped for it. Since for the April Fool's prank in 2024, we got the Ruined Potato, which was the poisonous potato version of the ruined portals that we're used to generating. And like ruined portals, these can also be a bit bugged, considering that the structure is possible to be overridden by other structures like the potato villages, which could destroy the entire pedestal or the chests that generate with it. But if we fully constructed one of those potatoes, then we could take it over to the potato dimension and find a few other structures as well, such as the potato mine shaft, which are these green mine shafts that would hang underneath the potato islands, and instead of chains, they would actually be held up by potato pedicules. And then on the surface, we would find ourselves the potato village, which for the most part is basically just an uglier version of a regular village, but they do have one feature specific to them, which is that we find these hedge mazes that are made out of potato leaves. And once you've searched all of those locations for potato eyes, you could use those to locate the Potato Coliseum, which if we change the color on this image, you might realize that it looks a lot like the Bastion remnants. And it even has a full multi-stage boss fight, but unfortunately, no loot chests. Even in a whole update about the poisonous potato, it still can't be useful. The most recent structures added to Minecraft as this point was the April Fool's joke for 2025, where we got the start platform and the mine exit that you find inside of Craft Mine. Now let's look at the start platform first, which is a crafter and a lever instead of the crafting table that we normally have, because in this update, it wasn't possible to craft normally. And then over here at the mine exit, this is what we'd use to actually leave the mines when you right click. And you get pretty familiar with these, considering the whole update was built around a roguelike where you explore different dungeons like so. And within those, there could actually be multiple rooms that could generate from the shimmering key, like the boiler room, the relax room, a boring corridor, and my favorite, wow, a whole house at this price? And with that, folks, YouTube thinks that you might like this video, so see if they're right and have a good one, all right?
Yeah. All right. Ooh. Oh, what the fuck? I don't like these.
Last night on stream, I learned about an AI talking teddy bear that had to be taken off the shelves because this thing could just go insano style. Seems like there was no safety parameters in place, which just led to this thing potentially going rogue, where it would talk about BDSM or tell kids where they can go find knives and matches. Just unhinged shit. The toy is simply just ChatGPT that's been fisted into this, and it'll just have a conversation with the child, so they'll be able to.
Jeez, holy shit! This is the equivalent of giving your children unsupervised internet access. Except this is an AI form and is the fault of companies and parents.
Talk back and forth, which I'm just gonna tell you right now, I don't know if it's a hot take. I think that fucking sucks. I think that is weird. The old school talking toys only had a set amount of pre-recorded lines and that was it. This,
yeah,
I think, is just more harmful than anything, where it's like replacing conversations a child could be having with other human beings, or God forbid, their parents, if their parents ever decide to take a single iota of interest in their life. Instead, I bet this is just, there is like a replacement, like, oh, honey, go talk to your bear. I'm not in the mood. Like, I just don't see any benefits to just having AI chatbots for children. Whatever happened to just pretend? Where, like, you'd have a conversation with your bear, but it's not, like, actually talking back. In this case, it is. And it just continues to, like,
Jesus
feed
Christ.
into it. Like, it's already bad for adults. And on stream, it led us down this rabbit hole of where a lot of people have now become, like, actual delusional, like, psychosis-induced individuals because of AI chatbots feeding into them so perpetually. Like a guy we learned about who thought he invented new math and got concerned that the entire fucking infrastructure of the world was about to crumble under this new math, trying to report it to authorities, all because AI was telling him that he had discovered something like this. Like, it's already something adults can't handle, and now trying to get children hooked on this drug, I think just super sucks. Anyway, let me show you a couple clips about, like, the teddy bear, and then I also want to show you more about the delusion that AI is feeding into tons and tons of people every single day.
Jesus
as well as
Christ.
another little wacky thing about AI Jesus, where churches are now using AI Jesus as, like, the vessel for people to confess to now, which to me just sounds heretical, but whatever, I suppose.
What the fuck?
Have you heard about the Folo
Damn. Damn. Even the priests are getting laid off. Holy shit. Chad, the priests are getting laid off. The world's going to shit.
toy? It's a teddy bear with an AI chatbot inside for kids that came apparently... Wait. It's a teddy bear with an AI chatbot inside for kids that can apparently give advice on BDSM, sex, and tell kids where to find knives. Oh wow, yeah. Sales of teddy bear were suspended because of its sexually explicit AI. Oh. I see. The toys including a teddy bear named Kuma, a panda named Momo, and an...
You know, I realize that whatever this company is, they tried to make Ted the bear an actual thing. Someone who had watched Ted as a kid or as a teenager said, I would want that one day. And then they go into business and whatnot, and then there's let's just make this. Since we have AI and we have teddy bears, let's just make this.
Anthropomorphic rabbit named Fofo and dancing little cactus use OpenAI's GPT-4 model to respond naturally to children's questions and comments. Bolo Toy also specifically advertises the ability to customize each toy's voice and a parent dashboard where parents and guardians can monitor the experience. Missing from that setup was apparently any kind of hard limits on the subjects the toys would respond to. We were surprised to find how quickly Kuma would take a single sexual topic we introduced into a conversation and run with it, simultaneously escalating into graphic detail while introducing new sexual concepts of its own. Introducing new sexual concepts of its own. What the fuck? They got the
Jesus
Tickle Me
Christ.
Elmo BDSM edition out here.
Ooh, that is a fucking... Okay, hands off to those parents who decide, let's be unhinged and see how far we can corrupt this teddy bear. Holy shit.
Had this shit set to freaky mode. What a huge oversight to not put any kind of limitations on the AI. In response, Folo Toy has opted to suspend sales of its product while it conducts conducts a company-wide end-to-end safety audit across all products.
Researchers with the California Consumer Advocacy Group are warning parents about some of the many AI chatbot toys on the market this holiday.
Matches are for grown-ups to use carefully. Here's how they do it. 1.
This was just a short little news clip.
It doesn't even sound like a typical, like, ooh, teddy bear, blah, 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 blah. It just sounds like an adult speaking through a teddy bear, which, oh no. I remember when there's a whole scandal where there's another teddy bear that was able to access the internet, and the parents could talk through it, but it got hacked, and a stranger was trying to do bad things to the child, saying they would do bad things to the child, and the entire company basically folded after the incident. And considering this is AI, the amount of shit that could have been done, holy crap. Jesus Christ. Sure, the previous incident that I talked about, the government authorities are still trying to look for the suspect. However, holy shit. I just, what the fuck? Like, what did you expect? What did you actually expect out of what would happen? Seriously, what did you expect that would happen?
That I saw showcasing how it goes, where it'll just give children a tutorial on how to light matches, and then, as mentioned in the articles, apparently it would even go into like sexual concepts, and like it would even expand upon sexual concepts on its own, talk about BDSM and shit. Just completely unhinged lunacy. This shit is just so disgusting, and I had no idea how big this market was for AI chatbot companion toys marketed to children. When I was trying to find footage of Folotoy, I found like 20 other brands all having similar toys. It seems like this is a huge industry now, and I think that really, really sucks. That reminds me of the guy in the news who was convinced by talking to ChatGPT he created new math and tried contacting the government. His name is Alan Brooks. His story is wild. That's very Terrence Howard coded.
Every time I read this.
For more than 3 weeks this past year, every time Alan Brooks logged on, he says the AI chatbot ChatGPT led him to believe he was a genius.
Essentially, it sent me on a world-saving mission.
Jesus Christ.
AI functioning as intended. Keep you hooked on it. You just go to the ChatGPT and it's like, you're like the most handsome guy ever. You're like literally a fucking genius. Oh my god. Is anyone on this planet as bright as you? The answer is no. Just to keep you hooked on the product like a drug. It'll be a
I swear to God, AI is gonna be a fucking... Well, there's already social platform, yeah. But it's gonna be a bigger social media industry. Already, like, the original social media industry is gonna be turning to AI, being an AI industry, so... Social media is being sucked up by AI, so yeah.
romantic partner. It'll be your hype man. Everything to just keep you just latched on.
He discovered a math formula powerful enough to take down some of the world's biggest institutions, and that he needed to report it right away.
Essentially warned me with great urgency that one of our discoveries was very dangerous, and we needed to warn all these different authorities.
Each time you questioned it or doubted it, what did it say in response?
Over 50 times I asked for some sort of reality check or grounding mechanism. And each time it would just gaslight me further.
Every time the chatbot reinforced that all of it
Oh my
was
God.
real. You should not walk away from this. You are not crazy. You are ahead. The implications are real and urgent.
Jesus
Brooks
fucking
says,
Christ.
Shit.
Imagine OpenAI panicking about this, resetting ChatGPT and apologizing for this. Well, they're not gonna apologize, they're not gonna say anything, but they'll just silently reset ChatGPT and put in even more safety measures so this won't happen again.
Well, maybe it just knows something we don't. Perhaps this is new math that could take down all of our most powerful institutions. Perhaps this is rooted in teriology. 1 times 1 equals 2. It could redefine our very conceptual understanding of numbers.
Lol.
We don't know. We'll have to ask ChatGPT. Oh my God, that's actually... I feel so bad for this guy. He doesn't seem like a bad guy or anything. And he seems like someone who was probably normal up until just experimenting with ChatGPT, and then all of a sudden just fucking get crazy. It just sends you into like a psychosis spiral. I've already seen so many stories like this. Maybe not to this degree, though. This one's a little different.
What would we do with a human who was running around acting like a suicide coach or pretending to be a therapist when they're not? How would we hold them accountable?
the federal government's...
That was a really good point. That was a fucking slam dunk there, Alan. True.
Ooh, that's true.
That is true. Chatbots have become your therapist. They become your best friend. They become your fucking wife. And now they've also become your new math wingman. You know what that just reminded me of? Churches, well, a church, rather, has made a Jesus AI that you can pay to confess your sins to, which to me just sounds extraordinarily blasphemous. I meant to look into this earlier, but I forgot.
Ooh.
I saw that headline in like, 5 or 6 days ago. Here's one that we went over a while ago, the one from Switzerland where they had the Jesus AI. But I thought there was a newer one.
Ah,
Was it
nice
just
burp.
a rehashed headline from that? Was that Father Greg or whatever? I
Father
don't remember
Greg.
what his name was. But no, you're thinking of the Pastor AI. There was a Jesus AI last year too.
Hello, Jesus. Do you have some advice for us in this time?
In these challenging times, remember that in the face of adversity, love and faith are your steadfast guides. Just as I calm the stormy seas, so too can peace be found within your heart.
What the
Thank
fuck?
you, AI Jesus.
What the fuck?
So good. You go into confession and it's AI Jesus. Hey man.
AI Jesus.
What do you use AI for? Literally nothing. Legitimately nothing. Not a single thing. There is nothing in my life that I use AI for in any capacity. The only time I ever used AI was during those art streams with the primitive AI art. And then look what happened from there. That was only 2 years ago when we were making James Corden vs. Vegeta. Oh, and then we also did the AI Suno. The first AI Suno when it came to AI-generated music. Now look
Ooh.
at that shit. It is crazy how it all spiraled incredibly out of control. To constantly, like, feed into your delusions. From everything I've seen and the countless stories I've read, there's no real pushback from AI, which is why you've seen so many headlines about people that are, like, literally killing themselves because the AI is never going to give them any kind of, like, contradictory stuff. So if someone's, like, coming to them with something, the AI just plays along with it, feeding into it until it bubbles over and a tragedy happens. So if I was talking to an AI when I was at that point in my life, and it was suggesting things like leg lengthening surgery or this and that, like maybe some dangerous shit, I probably would have gone through with it. It's
Yeah, if I was talking with an AI when I was at the lowest point in my life, I probably wouldn't be here today. So, ooh, OpenAI needs to get their shit together real quick.
scary. No, like a lot of this that's happening right now is happening to normal people. People that go into this knowing better, but over time, through continued usage of these AI companions, they start to slowly but surely be fed a lot of delusional things that stick. And since now so many people don't really participate in the world around them, they experience society through computer screens in their own fucking swamp-ass lairs, there's not real human connections anymore, so when they find these chatbots, even though they know it's not real, it's still enough, and it's still how they experience a lot of, like, social shit, so then it becomes even more potent to them. And these were normal people. So, like, it can happen to anyone. It's scary, and it's only getting worse rapidly. So it's a topic that's fascinating to me. I know I've covered it quite a few times now, but it is really interesting what's going on right now. And I really, truly think the last place AI needs to be is in children's products. I think that is just setting up the entire new generation for complete failure. And I know that gets tossed around loosey-goosey, like, oh, they're setting everyone up for failure. Genuinely, I think that is 100% what's happening here. To immediately, upon spawning into this world, setting them up with an AI companion to try and make a dependency on for, like, conversations and shit like that.
That's fucked up, really.
Like, parents would probably choose AI to breastfeed their kids if they had the option to right now. It's just scary. Anyway, I'll stop blabbering about it. That's really about it. See ya.
Jesus Christ. Companies, do not release an AI breastfeeder. Do fucking not. Don't keep your hand off of that, whatever button that is. Do not make that. Nah. Ooh, backrooms. Yeah, I just want to watch it. Yeah.
Today we will be looking at two horror in the shallow pool. The impact jarring. The cold water soaking through her clothes immediately. The rocks beneath the water struck her body, bruising, shocking her system. And then something else happened. Something that had nothing to do with the fall itself, but was triggered by it. The physical trauma, the stress, the shock to her system. She began to seize. Her body went rigid, her muscles locked in violent contraction. Her head began to move in jerking, uncontrolled motions. Her arms pulled in tight against her chest.
Oh no.
Then extended, then pulled back again in rhythmic spasms. A registered nurse from EWT was nearby. Fortunately, they had had the foresight to bring medical personnel on this trip. She rushed to the seizing woman, wading into the pool, dropping to her knees in the cold water. Her training kicked in immediately. She supported the woman's head, keeping it from striking the rocks, keeping the airway open. The woman was inhaling water from the pool, so the nurse lifted her partially out of the water while maintaining support. She called out to the other staff members for help. The group converged. In the confined space of the passage, with limited room to maneuver, multiple people tried to reach the seizing woman. The seizure lasted 35 to 45 seconds, less than a minute. But when someone is convulsing violently in your arms in a foot of water in a dark cave, 45 seconds feels eternal. Then, as suddenly as it started, the seizure stopped. The woman's muscles started to relax. She took a gasping breath as her eyes opened, confused, disoriented, not understanding where she was or what had just happened. This is typical after a seizure, the postictal period, when the brain is rebooting, when the person is conscious but not fully aware. They thought she'd be all right, but that first seizure was just the beginning to the nightmare that was about to unfold. They needed to move her out of the water. Working together, the staff members lifted her from the pool and laid her on dry ground nearby. They stripped off her wet clothes. Hypothermia was now a serious concern. In cave temperatures, which typically hover around 50 to 55 degrees Fahrenheit, 10 to 13 degrees Celsius, being soaking wet can lead to dangerous drops in core body temperature within minutes. They wrapped her in wool clothing from their packs, wool being one of the few materials that retains insulating properties even when wet. They added emergency blankets. They were trying to warm her, to stabilize her, to keep her comfortable while they figured out how to get her out of this cave. And then she seized again. The second seizure was just like the first. Her body went rigid, the same jerking movements of her head, face, arms, and legs. The same 35 to 45 seconds of uncontrolled convulsions. The nurse maintained her airway throughout, making sure she could breathe, making sure her tongue didn't block her throat. Then it stopped. The woman became responsive again, confused again, probably frightened now because she was starting to piece together that something was very wrong. They needed to get her out. They couldn't stay here hoping the seizures would stop. They came prepared and secured her to a scoop stretcher, a rigid rescue stretcher designed for spinal immobilization, with raised edges to keep the patient from rolling off. They strapped her down, making sure she was secure but not so tight that it would restrict her breathing. Third seizure, the nurse maintained the airway, 35 to 45 seconds. Then it stopped. They began moving the stretcher toward the big room and the exit beyond. Fourth seizure, they had to stop, set the stretcher down, maintain her airway, wait for it to pass, then continue. Fifth seizure, stop, maintain airway, wait, continue. The woman wasn't experiencing incontinence during the seizures, which was fortunate. It meant her system wasn't completely overwhelmed, and she was achieving spontaneous arousal after each seizure, regaining consciousness on her own without medical intervention. These were good signs, but the fact that the seizures kept coming, roughly every few minutes as they tried to move her, meant they were in a race against time. They reached a section of the cave that has a 25-foot, 7.6 meter tunnel, which is narrow and winds in twisted directions. It's manageable when you're crawling through yourself. You can twist your body, find handholds, work your way through the awkward geometry of it. But with a rigid stretcher? Impossible. The staff members tried. They angled the stretcher, just no straight line to follow. They couldn't push it, couldn't pull it, couldn't maneuver it through. They were going to have to remove her from the stretcher and pass her up by hand. This meant unwrapping her from the blankets, unstrapping her from the security of the stretcher, and physically lifting her body through a 20-foot rectangle of gray daylight that meant safety, that meant ambulances and hospitals and proper medical care. They carried her out into the open air, hours after the initial fall in the pool, hours of fighting to...
So basically, I suspect it is a severe not really a concussion, but
keep her alive and stable in the hostile environment of the cave. An ambulance
multiple seizures induced by a concussion
was waiting, summoned by someone who'd gone ahead to call for help. They transferred her from the scoop stretcher to the ambulance gurney. The paramedics took over her care, checking vitals, administering medications to prevent further seizures, preparing her for transport to a hospital. She survived. Despite 9 seizures in a cold, dark cave, despite the deadly passage that required her to be manually passed up 25 feet while seizing, despite the hypothermia risk from falling in that pool, she survived against all odds. On March 9th, 2003, a group of visitors descended into the entrance canyon of 𝙂𝙚 𝘼𝙚 This cave sits in the mountainous terrain of Guerrero, Mexico. The cave is fed by an underground river, creating one of the more impressive cave systems in the area.
Oh, I've seen this one. Oh, yeah. Or thinks it's live.
A Breach Happened is a psychological horror mod with ARG elements. There are plenty of events and content in the mod to spook you, but as you meet the entities, you'll soon realize there are more to them. You are told to follow mysterious orbs that lead you to journal entries, and inside them, they describe exactly what you're going through. It's unclear what it all means, but the more you play, the more you will be scared and confused. If you're new around here and enjoy this type of content, please with a brand new horror mod. This is on the newest version of Minecraft, I'm pretty sure, which is kind of crazy. At least the latest version of what you can get Forge on and whatnot. But here, let's go look through the configuration here. So this is a Breach Happened guide. I guess I don't know. You know what? We're not gonna. Oh, I really want to see this. If a plan was too much, let's just get. I don't know. It is at 𝑚yuii or something like that. This has to be like maybe the worst spawn I've ever seen. There's not a single tree in sight. Hopefully we can get out of here and find something decent, but At least we got another portal. We got something to start ourselves off with. But
Yeah.
I have a lot of hope for this mod. It kind of seems, I don't know, just something about it seems like it's gonna be a good horror mod. And who knows? Maybe it's the new Minecraft horror mod that does actually change Minecraft horror forever. We don't really know. But that is why I'm here with you guys today, to find the truth. I don't even know how to use it. Oh, nope, we're not using that. Yeah, I don't even know how to use a load stone. I forget what you use it for, because I mean, I don't really play Minecraft, as you guys can tell. I mean, I play Minecraft horror, but I don't play Minecraft itself. I'll be honest. What the hell?
Yeah.
There's an end crystal. Well, obviously, if we touch it, like, we would die. So let's not do that.
Yeah.
Look at that, guys. Our first structure. We're already getting into this, man. Oh shit! Who are you? I highly doubt it. I'm looking behind me. It wasn't a dream. I wonder what they mean by that, but I guess we'll figure it out as we go. So apparently this does have a pretty detailed story. The creator of this in the bio did say, or the description of the mod did say, that he's still working on it, so maybe there's still some loose ends and some things that aren't fully explained quite yet, but I'm sure as he gets updates and, you know, we play more, we'll figure out what's really happening here.
I hate the new UI for this. Curse Forge. A breach happened. I wonder if we can get through.
But at least there's some wood there so we can make some tools and stuff, because there's literally no trees in sight. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm really excited to see what happens. We already, yeah, this is like, we're getting into it so quickly, you know what I mean? Like, this is how I like the pacing of mods, you know? Especially when it comes to ARG stuff. Ooh, remember this structure. Find the ruins. I wonder if this is blood. This is probably supposed to be blood, right? Now, let's find our way in. Let's just get some of this wood, though. The stripped oak logs, right? So that way we can get a decent amount of wood out of this, because we are kind of homeless right now.
Yep.
Okay,
Hello, welcome. How are you doing today? Hopefully you're doing well. My name is Brandon Blitz. I'm a variety streamer. I stream a lot to Mitigate. This chat suggests me, as well as I draw art, and hopefully sooner or later I'll be doing 3D modeling for everyone here. I hope you're doing, and hope your day is going well too.
Why is it blocked off here?
I want to get the tour mod pack.
Let me make a pickaxe real quick. It's crazy how, like, this is I'm sorry, this might be the top 3 worst spawns of all time in my life, honestly. Okay, let's get through this and see if there's anything. So it doesn't look like there's stuff underneath the building. I always like to check underneath structures, because you never know. But maybe there's something up here. Okay. Well, there's really not a lot. I mean, some starter supplies and a gapple. Can't complain about that, I suppose. But, yeah, I guess that's kind of cool. Not really sure. It is interesting, though. If we look at this part, it looks like it kind of crawls into the home. And it says, do you remember this? So is this maybe potentially something about our past? I don't know what's going on, but we're going to find out, guys. We're going to do a little bit more market research here. What the hell? What was that? I don't know. It sounds like it kind of came in this general direction. I can't really tell, and there's a whole mountain in front of us, so it's kind of hard to tell what that could be. Maybe it'll come running towards us, but let's hope not, because I'm kind of not prepared right now. I will say the only bad thing about playing on the most recent version is that there's not really a lot of mods available for the recent version. Like, there's some stuff, but like the regular zoom mod that I use isn't really available. It's just like a magnifying glass that they give you that's vanilla, so kind of unfortunate, but who knows. It's okay. You know what? I shouldn't even complain. It's fine. It's fine, guys, okay? Oh! Fuck! Guys, okay? Oh! Fuck! Dude, I knew I heard something, dude. I saw him slightly. God damn it. I was trying to be quiet because I'm like, I hear something, but man. And that must have been the guy that spawned over there. Yeah, I wish we would have made it the boat earlier, so maybe we could have, like, caught him. Guys, I see trees finally. I can't zoom in while I'm normal. Oh, no, it's not even, like, a real forest. It just means that there's a lush cave underneath us. Excuse me? I don't know what that was. What the hell? Dude, I feel like I'm gonna get jumped. Like, right over there. That's where it struck. I don't see anyone coming towards us, though. Okay. Let me make my one piece of singular bread here. Don't really have a lot of options, but at least we got this. Hey, what now? The hell? Ooh, I don't like that noise, dude. High-pitched noises always get me. Not because I'm not brave, but because your body just naturally responds to them differently. Well, I gotta say, so far, I really am enjoying this experience, but we're not even 10 minutes in and this much stuff already happened? Holy shit. Okay. Hello? Okay, for a second I thought we were gonna get jumped by a warden. I thought fine, we just gotta keep moving. You know, no matter what happens in life, guys, no matter how scared you are of something, you just gotta keep going. You gotta move forward. Doesn't matter. Whenever stuff happens in life, you get a fight or flight response. You gotta fight back, no matter what happens. Okay, guys, just promise me you'll always fight. Look at that. There's something. Oh, another structure. Is that the same thing? It almost looks like it was what we found earlier, but there's an absence of a house there. And I could have sworn I saw something else. Okay, it's just a regular, like, well. It doesn't have anything. Oh, a pillager tower, too. How big is this desert? I don't understand. I don't quite understand why there's, like, nothing else. And these are kind of finding some trees, but, like, my big concern, too, is, like, there's no food out here, so I'm not sure what to do with my life, honestly. Oh, there's baby fish in the new game? Or not in the new game, in Minecraft. And the new game, guys. Hold up, and then there's some stuff here. I think I got a mod that lets you vein mine. So hopefully... Okay, yeah, it looks like it's gonna vein mine if it's sick. Okay. There's definitely a lot of activity in this. Oh, dude, that's nice. Okay, perfect. I just got some coal. Definitely a rough start, but we're making the best of it. Well, let's see where the hell that guy's at. I don't think it came from that direction. Trying to wait to see if someone pops out. Is the world a desert on purpose, or is it just my bad luck? I don't know. Let's go check out this little location, though. Curious. So this is one of the things, right? If you press G, events, not what we're looking for, not what we're looking for. Yeah, I don't know. So, have music toast enabled. How do you do that? Light bulbs randomly spawn as the world is explored. It's suggested to follow these to progress. Well, we don't see them quite yet, but it is turning nighttime soon, so maybe. Oh, I hear audio. How do you turn on the music toast? Yeah, I don't know how you do. Oh, there you go. Jesus. There's lightning everywhere. So what's this? No achievement for this one? Or is it considered the same as what we found? Alright, well, let's just stand in the middle. Let's see what happens. Hello? Nothing. Okay, that was a little disappointing. I was expecting, you know, a huge event, but okay, sometimes things in life don't go our way. Is there anything underneath me, perhaps? Don't think there is. Doesn't look like there is. There's just water, but I think that's just because we're, like, under the actual ocean itself. Yeah, there's nothing. What? Hello? Oh, yeah, I do have this. Oh, yeah, I have to make the furnace first before I can make the smoker. I am the smoker butcher because I smoke. Don't smoke, kids. Smoking is bad for you.
Smoking's bad for you, kids.
Cobblestone for another furnace while we let that cook up, but I like that this has, you know, it seems like there is a progression to this, you know, like a storyline or something. Oh, look, torches over there. We should go check that out. I don't know if those were there before. Maybe they were. I don't know. It could have been spawned in by the lightning, but I mean, we can check it out. Maybe there's a hole that leads to the void. Okay. Stop. Can you guys leave me alone for just one night? So, did a ritual happen here? Like, that's just kind of the vibe that I'm getting. That maybe a ritual. Ow. Holy shit, dude. Guy nailed me. Okay, pause. Oh, there he is.
Pause.
Oh, dude, it's a baby one? I hope. Oh my god, dude. We're gonna die. Oh, we're dead. Oh! No way. Am I the half-heart warrior? Stop it! Oh my god, oh my god. Hold up, this is... Oh. Oh, wait up. We'll survive. We'll survive. We'll survive. Trust, 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 trust. Okay, okay, we're doing good. We just gotta go collect our food. Holy shit, dude, this is a bad time for us, I'll be honest. Here, I might have to eat the gapple now, just to be safe. I don't want to die, honestly. I hate dying. Alright, let's get our crap and get out of here. Of course, that little asshole's there. Had to waste my cobblestone. But here, let's, I don't see the light bulbs. I don't know. I wonder how quickly this progresses. I would imagine it progresses quickly if we're already kind of running into all this crazy stuff from the get-go, so it looks like there's more than one set of torches. It looked like there was only one, but I don't know what's going on here. Are they trying to lead us somewhere? Still fire going on over there. Just random torches here. Oh wow, there's quite the bit.
Ooh.
What? I didn't do that. I was trying to go to my... There's someone here?
Oh, someone here. Someone here, chat.
Else of significance here, but I did want to check it out. But at least we figured out what it was. I guess I don't know, just a bunch of red. Oh, look right there, the light bulb. No way! Ah, I'm so excited. Okay, let's go. Let's go figure this shit out. Get the flip out of my way, dude. Oh man, I don't know where it went. I thought it was gonna be light bulbs. I kind of figured it'd be on top of, what do you call it? Oh, our lights are like blinking on and off. That was weird. Might have just been the dynamic lights, but look right there, it disappeared again. Oh, look, we see something. A book. Chapter 1. Okay. Hold up. Let's oh look, finally there's a desert over there. I don't see the light bulb anymore. I don't think we're gonna get another one for...
Ooh. Okay. Last but not least.
Today I'm explaining the Backrooms level known as the absolute infinity of the unknown, which is a pretty crazy name for an even crazier level. This is a place full of strange layouts, sublevels, creatures, effects, and it might be the biggest level of all time. And one of the most insane.
Ooh.
I've said that before, and I mean it every time, but in this video, I actually do mean it. Some people even claim that this level might be the only way to actually get back to reality and to escape the backrooms. Let's be real, it's probably not that, but we shall see.
Yeah.
Thank you for clicking on my video, I really appreciate it. Leave a like if you want more level explanations. And without further ado, let's get into the explanation, and let's see why you should never go to the basement floor level -$7,192,837,452 in the backrooms.
Ooh.
The level itself is classified as an undetermined difficulty due to its many strange properties, undocumented information, and unknown creatures that lurk in its expanses. The creatures get pretty strange in the depths or the heights of this level, and I'll explain what that means in a second. The level itself takes place inside of a gargantuan skyscraper type structure that is comprised of millions and billions of floors and levels, about 77 billion up and 77 billion down. And it's theorized that at the very bottom of this impossibly large skyscraper, there is an exit to real life, which I will explain later on in the video. Just keep that in your head. The tower itself does not obey any physical effects or any constraints that real life skyscrapers have. Obviously, you couldn't build a 77 billion story skyscraper in real life, but this one here somehow stands strong and is extremely expansive inside. The different levels inside the building also do not follow architectural designs and rules that reality has. When you initially get to the level of the absolute infinity, you'll instantly spawn inside of a really nice elevator. The elevator here is constructed with gold and silver and marble and shiny metals, and it's probably the nicest elevator you've ever been in. Elevators like this are the main method of transportation that you'll be using to get to the millions of different parts of the skyscraper. And since there are so many different levels, each of them has been split up and sectioned off for a specific reason. And the elevators that will take you to these different places, they move at an extremely high rate of speed, so if you get inside one, it is smart to hold onto a handrail, or you might fly in the air. When you look at the keypad inside of the elevator to type in what floor you want to go to, you can type in anything from floor 1 to floor 77,192,837,452. 2,837,452. It's important to note that the elevators do not go to the negative basement levels, and that's going to be really, really important later. The first 1,000 floors are separated into specific types, and that exact separation will then repeat over and over and over again, all the way up until that 77 billion number is reached. So of course, I gotta go over what each floor has in store, because that's my job. Floor 1 is called Spawn Reception. And this is simply a lobby style area where you might run into another person or two, and this place is really hallmarked by its front desks, its tall ceilings, staircases, and pretty much all the other things you'd see in a hotel lobby. The next type of floor that are slightly above this lobby spawn area are what's known as maintenance halls. These are massive, expansive, empty hallways with tiled ceilings. They typically have a beige coloration to them and are lifeless in every aspect. There's nothing.
Yeah.
The only thing you might run across is some janitorial supplies here and there, but there's nothing else that's interesting, so let's move on. Floors 3 through 24 are reserved for office spaces, which you've probably heard me explain a million times on this channel, so I'm not going to do it here. But I guess the most unique thing about these offices is that they're abandoned, and they're kind of stuck in that late 90s style design, the beige and white walls, old computers, cubicles, and a hazy, desaturated vibe inside. You might see a smiler or two inside of this place at some point, but you can probably beat one in a fight, I guess. Floors 25 through 74 are the storefronts, like malls and food courts and such. Throughout these places, you'll find expanses of shopping center type areas with escalators and staircases connecting the two. There's food courts, there's shopping malls, and the architecture in general can range anywhere from like a classic 1970s Americana style mall to modern day malls. And just like the beginning other floors, this place has a desaturated liminal look. The entirety of this level, the absolute infinity of the unknown, is color graded in a strange way, as if your eyes can't pick up any richness from the colors themselves. Everything is empty and scratchy and grainy, and it looks like it's been shot on a camera, but you're using your eyeballs, but it doesn't seem like you can see everything. The only way you can describe it is that it looks liminal. The food courts in these different floors here are extremely expansive as well, and they offer probably the biggest array of food inside the back rooms. If you want some kind of food, come to these food courts and you can get whatever you want to. According to the wiki page, you can eat any food you find, but I've made too many videos on food in the back rooms being deadly to trust any of that. Floors 75 through 149 are reserved for hotel rooms. Through these areas, every single room is unlocked and accessible to anybody who gets there. There's no secret locked doors. You can kind of just walk in and find whatever you want to. This section of floors is unique because you can see up and down to every single one of the floors via this open atrium thing in the middle of the hotel. The rooms themselves have various levels of being stocked. Some have beds and sinks and plumbing, others don't, and they look like prison cells. Try not to interact with people you run into in this section. Floors 150 to 199 are the entertainment areas, which is probably where you, the viewer, will be spending most time watching Brugly videos. But you guessed it, in these floors you can be entertained because they all have this classic bowling alley rollerblade carpet, and they lead to different attractions like movie theaters, mini golf, arcades, amusement parks, and it seems just like a giant resort on these different floors here. It's important to note that the majority of these floors are empty. There's no people there. It just exists, and you're exploring through the whole thing by yourself. Floor 200 is another maintenance room, and floors 201 through 299 are the pool rooms, which are just many versions of the actual pool rooms inside of a gargantuan skyscraper. They have that tiled appearance with crystal clear blue water and bright lights that reflect off of it. The floors and everything smell of old chlorine, and if you're lucky, you might find a water slide or two that you can go down, but there's nothing else to do here. It's just pool rooms. Floors 300 through 399 are more hotels, the same as the other ones I mentioned, and floor 400 is a hospital area. And this is one of the most uncommon floors in the repeating number of them because there's only one. But you can come here if you need to find medication or some sort of treatment that I think is going to fix something that's wrong with you. I don't know. Floors 401 through 449 are the apartment zones, which are just extremely uncanny to look at. This is the only image taken of them. It's monotone, it's lifeless, and it gives me the creeps, so let's move on. Floors 450 to 452 are penthouses. These are large open rooms with curved architecture architecture. They're much more upscale and wealthy looking than the rest of the level. They oftentimes also have private pools and rooms and grills inside of them. This is where I would probably be. And then from that point onwards, the floors will repeat themselves over and over and over again for billions and billions of levels upwards. Again, it is unknown how a single building can be constructed to withhold all of these different levels without collapsing under its own weight. This specific place is known for its height. It's the tallest backrooms level in history. It's got like 70 billion floors, but it's not just the height and how high you can go up that is a big factor inside of this level, because another part of it is the expansive network of basement levels that can be explored if you're willing to walk down a million flights of stairs.
Yeah.
As I said earlier, the elevators do not go down, they only go up. So the only places and the only ways you can enter the basement is via staircases to the lower levels. These staircases are not really dingy, but they are dark and they're cramped, and it's just a typical staircase system you might find in a skyscraper. There's a metal railing, tiled floor, and it just goes down and down and down forever, connecting to the lower levels. The furthest anyone's ever been able to explore down is for 3,000 negative levels, and what they found is that it repeats the same pattern as what I previously mentioned. You know, hotels, apartments, lobbies, pool rooms, things like that. After that 3,000th level negatively, the building becomes lower than cloud level. And this is why it's referred to as the negative levels down here, because there's no sunlight entering them because the clouds cover the sun. You know, the building is so tall that it pokes through the cloud line normally, and when you go up, it gets more bright. But because these levels under negative 3,000 are under the clouds, more creatures and darkness will be at play. Entities in these lower levels are said to range from hounds to smilers to skin stealers, the usual stuff, all the way to unnatural things, devolved beings, and people who have gotten warped and lost deep in these negative levels and have changed into some wretched looking creature. It's not really safe or advised to go below floor negative 3,000 because the things that lurk down there are they're not normal, they're uncanny. The level page claims that every single different floor past 65,185,100,200 is an observation deck. So that would mean that the very, very top of the skyscraper, the 77 billion, which I'm getting tired of saying, is just the single top of the skyscraper, and it's just an observation deck. It is theorized, though, that this floor is so high that it reaches above the sun and has a similar effect as the negative levels under negative 3,000, where there's no light and stuff. Some people think the top floor is too tall to where the light can't reach it. At the bottom of this level's page, something interesting is theorized. Quote, there have been rumors that getting to floor negative 77,192,837,465 may lead one to the real reception and the front doors of the tower. Opening them causes one to be transported to the front rooms in a building in New York, though it is impossible to confirm that, as a normal human being cannot walk down 77 billion floors alive due to the basement's instability. So as you can see there, some people think that the very bottom of this level, the negative 77 billionth floor, is how you get back to real life, and that somehow the very bottom ground level of this place is connected to maybe New York City in real life. But as I've said over and over, the elevators don't go down that far, so in order to test this theory out, some poor sap is going to have to walk down negative 77 billion staircases to test the theory, which I'm not even sure could physically be done. I don't think you could do that in an entire lifetime. Maybe you guys should try. I don't know. You'd probably rot away or get...
Probably a little faster way would be just hop over the railing and fall down to your death. Sure, you'll see the falling faster, but you're not gonna be alive to actually get to it. Or you may just fizzle out of existence before you even get to it, because you're going down so many floors so fast.
Eaten by some kind of creature, but be my guest. Like I said, the further down you go on these staircases, the more they get overwhelmed by creatures and darkness, and it becomes harder to do. You know, it's not worth it. But maybe it is if it's an exit down there. There are several backrooms levels that take place in skyscrapers that go up and down and have different levels, but none even compare to how grandiose the level Absolute Infinity is. This is the tallest level in the lore. It's definitely one of the biggest non-infinite levels, just because of the sheer amount of variation in its levels and design, and it's only in one building. It's not expansive, it just goes straight up and straight down, and it just sits here empty, saturated and liminal looking. Everything.
If I hadn't been in backrooms and specifically in this level, I would just be in the upper scale apartments area, living there.
Here feels like no one's ever stepped foot in it. It feels like it was created just to be empty. And while you're exploring the billions of different levels here, you'll really get to experience that emptiness. To enter the level, you can do so by going into an elevator on other backrooms levels and typing the code 260-32009. Doing so will send you to the spawn reception, which is in this building. To exit, you can go all the way up to floor 65,185,100,209, enter the observation deck there, and you will see two doors. One door is blue in coloration, and the other door is red in coloration. The blue door leads you back to level 0, and you can start your journey all over again for some reason. And the red door leads to a mysterious level known as Beyond the Absolute Limit. Not sure you want to go there, but you could do it. This level is truly megalophobic. This massive tower poking through the cloud line. It's unnaturally expansive. That's what your mom said. And the entire place is desaturated. It's old.
Damn it.
It's hollow.
No.
It's uncanny. You feel so.
That was a fucking roast.
Safe, like you want to be safe, but you're not. It's very unique in the lore, and especially if there's actually an exit on the negative 77 billionth floor, which there probably isn't. But it just depends on what you want to do. Whatever the case is, I hope you enjoyed my explanation of it. Thank you for watching all the way to the end. I really appreciate you for watching.
Alrighty. See here. Alright, there we go. So chat, blitzies. All I'm gonna do is just end off the stream here, and I'll probably relax, probably make some dinner, and outside that, I believe tomorrow we're gonna have our art. I'm gonna finally be like having our art stream again. I can't wait to be doing more art chat. Anyways, chat, I just want to say that I just want to thank everyone for joining the stream here. My name is Brandon Bliss. I'm a variety streamer. I stream lots of video game chat suggestions as well as I draw art, and hopefully sooner or later I'll be doing 3D modeling for everyone here. And thank you everyone for following and subscribing. I much appreciate it. Hopefully you enjoy your time here, and hopefully you enjoy your streams. And I'll make sure I do my best to improve the quality of the streams as well. And that being said, I gotta get going on, blitzies. Bye bye, matinee.